Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news update. Over 7,000 delegates are expected to attend the convention of the APC today at the Eagle Square to elect new national and zonal officials. The delegates will elect the 22 members of the National Working Committee, NWC, from the 169 aspirants for various positions. They are to take over the leadership of the party from the CECPC. The 12-member committee, led by Governor Malabuni of Yobe State, was constituted on June 25, 2020. That was after the sack of the Adams Oshomole-led NWC. It's to run the party and package a convention within 6 months. It could not do so until now. The main attraction of today's event is the election of a new chairman. 7 members of the party brought the expression of interest and nomination forms to vie for the position zoned to the North Central. The aspirants include 2 former governors of Nasarawa State and 7 senators, Abdullahi Adamu and Tanko Al-Makura. Meanwhile, the Vice-Chancellor of the Ekiti State University, Professor Eddie Olanipeku, has appealed to the federal government to dialogue with members of ASU. That's to avert the incessant strike that usually obstructs academic activities nationwide. Olanipeku made a plea while addressing newsmen at a press conference heralding the combined 25th and 26th convocation ceremonies and the 40th anniversary of Ekiti State University at Ekiti.
Nobody is happy that there are international strikes, but at the same time, I think we should all cultivate the habit of embracing dialogue. So, but like I said, to avoid these strikes, the unions, government, through the Ministry of Labour and Production, should continue to engage, the unions, with regards to their, requests. These union leaders, they are reasonable. They are also aware of what is going on in the country.
Discipline, hard work will tackle insurgency. GOC has advised his personnel on this. Major General Gold Chiboisi, General Officer Commanding GOC 2 Division Ibadan, has emphasized on more discipline and hard-working attitude among officers and personnel to tackle insurgency in the country. Take a listen.
Is to apply all you have learned in the activities of your unit for better results. You are aware of the contemporary security challenges beleveling our dear country currently, ranging from the Boko Haram, ISWAP terrorists, to banditry, kidnappings, court clashes, and ritual killings, amongst others. Hence, this competition was carefully designed to brush you up on basic tactics and other skills you require to confront these challenges.
The GOC, who said that the event was ended with a 10-kilometer combat race among the formations, said that the discipline and hard work put in place during the competition would help tackle insurgency.
At this juncture, I want to congratulate 32 Brigade for emerging overall in this year's competition. I also appreciate other formations for their competitive spirit and urge them to sustain the commitment and dedication in subsequent competitions.
Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Usman Al-Khali Baba, has reiterated the commitment of the Nigeria Police Force to maintain a sustained fight against illegal bunkering, pipeline vandalism, economic saboteurs, and other criminal elements in the country. This came on the heels of the achievements recorded by the Inspector General of Police Special Task Force on petroleum and bunkering while parading some suspects and exhibits in Port Harcourt, River State capital. Take a listen. We'll bring you that track in subsequent bulletins. Now, as the general elections inch close, Nigerians express their opinions on their expectations from political parties which can deliver the dividends of democracy. That's on our street views.
Some other party should take over because PDP has been ruling for a very long time. APC has also been ruling for a very long time. And let me just say, they are all based on the same feather. So they should give opportunity to other party to rule.
It's not about political party. It's where do we get a good leader. That's our problem. So we don't care about whether PDP or APC. If you look at the attitude of our politicians, you could see somebody from APC would come to PDP because of his own interest. You will see somebody from APC would come to PDP because of his own interest. So our problem is not about the political party, it's about leadership. Anywhere good leader come, it is welcome.
Please, APC, leave us alone. Please, I'm begging you people, leave us alone. Please, not by force. So. They are the same people now, from this party to this party. Let just the youth or young somebody take over. Let all these old men leave us alone. Look at how we are stressing ourselves, suffering. On this hot sun, every day by day. They should leave us alone. Leave us alone. I have my PVC already, Sha. I know what to do with it.
I don't think the party matters. What matters is the person in particular. I don't care about the party. I care about the person itself.
Today PDP, tomorrow APC. Me, I don't like all this kind. Voila, you don't too suffer for Nigeria. So we need another people may come.
This one will tell you this one will tell you that when they are campaigning, they will promise you so things. They are going to make good, bring good school, food, good road, all this one. Nothing is working in this country.
I think we should try another political party. Maybe we will see difference.
These two parties, they are the same group of people. It's recycling. You understand? They keep coming up. If you do them bad in this party, they will come to the other party. It's the same person. So we need fresh people entirely so that we'll be able to get it, see whether we can get it right.
Let's get to other parts of Africa now. Zimbabwe's new opposition party, the Citizens Coalition for Change, now faces its first test at the polls with a series of votes across the country as by-elections are being held in 28 parliamentary constituencies, as well as contests for local council seats. The party, led by Nelson Chamisa, has complained that some of its rallies have been violently disrupted by supporters of the ruling party, ZANU-PF. The Citizens Coalition for Change was created following splits within the long-standing opposition party, the Movement for Democratic Change. Now, outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called on energy-producing countries to increase output so that Russia cannot use its oil and gas wealth to blackmail other nations. Addressing the Doha Forum International Conference via video link, Zelensky said countries such as Qatar could make a contribution to the stabilization of Europe. The month-long invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe's top gas supplier, has sharpened concerns of disruption to energy supplies and increased scrutiny of European Union countries' reliance on imported fossil fuels. Let's now service some business news. The African Development Bank, AFDB, is aiming to raise $1 billion. That's to rapidly ramp up agricultural production in Africa. Also, to stave off a potential food crisis brought on by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Its president told reporters this on Friday. But the war, which has sent commodities prices soaring, is also an opportunity for the continent to position itself as a natural gas supplier for Europe and a refuge for investors fleeing Russia. He added that during the coronavirus pandemic, Africa had not seen infection rates and deaths on the same levels as many more developed regions. Its economies, however, have been battered and its rebound has proven sluggish. Now, entertainment news. Prince William says that Britain's royal family would respect any decision the Bahamas make about its future with pride and respect. The Duke of Cambridge made the comments on the third leg of a Caribbean tour that has been marked by protests over the British Empire's legacy and signs of waning influence of the monarchical system.
I came here with my mother as a child, snorkeling around the James Bond wrecks off Nassau left me with the most vivid memory of your beautiful blue waters. For a young boy obsessed with 007, it was the best holiday ever. Next year, I know you're all looking forward to celebrating 50 years of independence, your golden anniversary. And with Jamaica celebrating 60 years of independence this year, and Belize celebrating 40 years of independence last year, I want to say this. We support with pride and respect your decisions about your future. Relationships evolve, friendship endures.
Now, sports news. The Super Eagles of Nigeria in Kumasi held the Black Stars of Ghana to a goalless draw in the first leg of their 2022 FIFA World Cup playoff. The Black Stars started the first half on the front foot as they piled pressure on the Nigerian defense, marshaled by Captain William Trost Ekong. Nigeria's Victor Osimhen and Joe Aribo had the opportunity to open the scoring late in the half, forcing Jojo Wallacott into action, while Aribo's strike went over the crossbar. The Eagles will have a return match on Tuesday at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja. That's for a place at the 2022 World Cup. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTV on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojaomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet. wise choice.
My leg represents my hand, you know. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's the only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. My name is Tomauno. I'm an artist, a landscape painter. I'm from the other state. I love colors a lot. I love playing with colors. My painting mostly based on landscape painting. So since I love colors, I will just think how to mix the colors together to bring out the stuff that I have in mind.
Oftentimes in Nigeria, people with any form of disability are most of the time treated with a certain level of compassion, maybe love, and sometimes pity. Today, I meet Toma, differently abled person, and she shares her story of strength, of courage, and resilience with me.
My leg represents my hand, you know. This thing that I believe that God do. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. So I use the leg to feed myself. I use it to operate my phone. I use it to do so many things that I can do.
Toma is not defined by her situation, but fiercely and graciously uses her gift to express herself.
Painting is just like my voice. Majority of my painting is just expressing yourself through colors, just appreciating the nature. So.
This is her work. She used this leg to paint, but she didn't use the hand. I'm telling mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gidi gan pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mi gan tó ń lo ọwọ́ gan tó máa bẹ́ tàwọn times 100 kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ bó dẹ̀ ṣe kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ kò dẹ̀ kí ń ṣọmọ tó yẹ pé bó ṣe ó máa ń rí iṣẹ́ ó máa ń sá sẹ́yìn kò kí ń fi iṣẹ́ ìṣeré bó ṣe wà yìí iṣẹ́ kò kí ń fi ṣeré ó tẹ́ lọ́rùn kó ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn tó bá ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi pè owó jáde.
God has given her a kind of knowledge that is beyond human understanding. Despite that you cannot make use of hand to write and painting, but you can use her leg to paint very well. And by the time she has finished the painting, people just be looking at her that you see the one that has done it. Even majority normally argue, especially the visitor, that they don't normally believe that she's the one until when she started doing it in their presence. That's the time they go to believe. And people that used to come here, they normally appreciate her by trying as much as possible to buy some of her painting.
If you look at so many of my paintings, it's based on nature. Why I say so is that, you know, God is the greatest artist, and everything He did is perfect. And if you look at the sky day by day, you think there's so many beauty.
But just how did Toma discover this giftedness of hers?
Actually, it was a friend of mine that bring out the gift in me. She saw me feeding the children with my leg. So she said, we can do something better than feeding the children with my leg. So she was the one that God used for me.
With the help of an assistant assembling her painting tools, Toma demonstrates her painting skills while sharing the emotions and relief painting brings to her.
Sometimes I don't believe that I was the one that did it. It's a little bit difficult for me to believe that the works are done by me. My own painting gets me an assurance that I can still give back to society. Why I say so is that, you know, when I was still much younger, I thought I'm not useful. Let me use it, because I could not use the hand, and every other thing. So I was just like thinking that, how are you going to do this?
Toma shares her challenges, not focusing on it as a stumbling block, but she sets the tone on the positive as she reveals the hurdles of her life's journey.
According to a proverb that said, no pain, no gain about life. Life is full of challenges, and the more we live, the more we see them around. Talking about the challenges, the first time in school, I will never forget it. The first time in school, I went to Akoka Junior High School, or junior school. But the first time I went to that school, when I went to go meet the principal, that I went with some of the staff here, and when we got there, the principal does not know that I understand Yoruba. He said something that, why did they beat? He could not believe that I heard what he said. If there is no chance.
If your condition is made for that, she loves everybody because I recollect that.
God is a wonderful God that despite what you are going through, you will surely find a way to make you smile. By the time God works, you won't know. You will just be asking yourself for myself, but not anyone. Because God has given me the strength. God has shown me that despite my challenges, I can still go places. By giving me the opportunity to paint with my leg, by giving me the opportunity to
Benola Initiative, an initiative aimed at creating awareness on cerebral palsy in Nigeria. The condition affects 17 million persons worldwide and over 700,000 in Nigeria alone. Whereas that data claims a huge number of people live with cerebral palsy, what is more unnerving is that half that number may likely wallow in self-pity. Toma has proven to be an exception, full of life, deep in thoughts and full of cheers.
Wow!
Emotional, she recalls her journey to education and how having a degree remained her most joyful day.
Every day whenever I wake up, I always ask for something that God should give me joy. That's part of all the challenges. The day that I finished my NC program, even before that day, I would just sit in the hostel, start screaming, start shouting, start singing. But on the day that I finished my NC, I was just like, are you sure that I finished? You finished? Are you sure that I finished? And when I said, oh, what PlusTvAfrica? I said, are you sure that it is Toma? She said it is you. So the day that I finished, I did my last paper. I said, do I have another paper? I was just asking myself, that do I have another paper? They said no. And since from the exam up to my hostel, I was just shouting. I can't believe it that it was me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
That was great.
High five.
Thank you. Oh, high five! Woo! This is beautiful. Let me again. Thank you so very much for having us. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It's another interesting episode of Space and Style, a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also the engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Unifade, as you know, and on the show today, we are going to continue our discussion on how to avert structural defects in building, a topic we commenced last week. Also on the show, we are also going to share some interior design tips to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior design space. And on the property of the week segment, of course, we're going to showcase a beautiful property that we hope inspires you to join the real estate ladder if you have not done so. And lastly, the artisan spot, where we'll be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. Sit back and enjoy the show. Now, welcome to the Expert Insight, and I have with me again this week Engineer Adewale Adeyemo to continue the discussion on averting structural failures in buildings. Engineer Adewale Adeyemo is a civil/structural engineer with Sample Engineering Services. With over 16 years of practice, he is a member of the National Institute of Structural Engineers, Nigeria Institute of Civil Engineers, and the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN. He has designed over 30 various projects and still counting. Thank you for joining us again.
Particular span for you to enjoy your building.
Okay.
If things were done in the normal and in the proper way. If you have a new construction, there is a last span for it. So after a certain period of time, it's passed up to a defective stage, okay, in which you will have used the good part of the house, of the building, or of the property. Like a newly constructed building, you have like 40 years.
40?
40 years.
Not 70, not 100.
No, we have 40 years. But the reason why it's 1700, it depends on the material. So materials, like your foundation alone, adds like 100 years for you to enjoy the foundation before it started giving you one issue or the other, if things were done in a proper way. But if things were not done in a proper way, within the next 2.5 years or 5 years, you started noticing some defects. But if things were done in a proper way, at least you have like 40 years span of a building.
Okay, I went to a particular building and I looked up, actually my family house, my family friend's house, and I looked up and I saw that the ceiling was coming down. I could see the steel passing that passes through the building, the ceiling. I could see it. So is that a major or a minor defect?
For you to see the ceiling you're talking about, that is suspended ceiling.
Yes.
So what's the component of this element are the foundations, the columns, the beams, and the slab. So we can still take that one as a minor defect in which can be rectified, whether occupants are occupying the building or occupants are not occupying the building. So I'll take it as a minor defect.
Okay. So you know, there are some times that you abandon a property.
Yes.
Maybe intentionally, non-intentionally. There will probably some people who are not in the country, the property is locked up. Why is it that it deteriorates on time? What's responsible for that?
Well, actually, let me answer the question in a normal scientific or in normal civilized environment, as a structural engineer. What we understand is, you know, when you have your building, there is inflow and outflow. The inflow and outflow in the sense that there's occupants, there's living things, and there's non-living things. Living things in the sense that there's occupants using the building. Non-living things in the sense that there's air, ventilations mixing together, blowing here and there. So when there's no occupants in the building, what simply deteriorates the building when not in use is humidity.
Okay.
It's humidity. Because there's no ventilation, no carbon dioxide going in from human beings, no oxygen. So it's more or less as humidity comes into play. So the humidity affects the finishings of the building. In the same humidity in the sense that there is no free flow of oxygen You know, from the living things and the non-living things.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also
because I would have thought that when a house is occupied, you should extend the lifespan.
Yeah, of course, in a normal lane time, because nobody is using it.
Yes.
So there's no load, there's no movable. But so far your idea, the non-living things and the living things communicate together. That's why we have cross ventilation inside the house. You know, you breathe in, you breathe out. That's what makes up the living component of an human being. So the building itself is a living thing. So
Wow.
I'll simply say it's immediate.
We do not have enough time. I was
Okay.
going to take this topic, this question of the biggest issues you have in construction.
Yes.
However, we'll go for the break.
Okay.
When we come back,
Thank you so much.
we'll take on that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for staying with us. We'll do for a break at the moment. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us, and we are still discussing averting structural defects in building.
The biggest issue we have in the construction industry is, from my own point of view, it's nothing more about is the 1001 things. Even material can be a problem. Even imposition on clients on the consultant. Imposition of clients on the consultant. Okay, what I mean by imposition of clients on the consultant?
Yes.
You have assigned some people to do some due diligence work for you. But on the long run, you now get to be giving them some extra advices, trying to put in your own idea after. Because when clients engage you in design, there is a back and forth. The back and forth is you go from the design, he checks it, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want. So when that one is done and they move to site for the constructions, okay? So what I mean by imposition of clients on the consultants is simply, the client is the alpha and omega of the building.
Yeah.
So he briefed the architect, this is what I want, give me the design. But during the construction stage, you should allow them to do their own diligence when it comes to constructions. You have your ideas, but don't impose your ideas on them. Like, this is what I want, this is what I want, this I don't want, this I don't want. Or maybe you want to add an additional floor.
Well, that's
to the
now
building.
that's now comes to your own professional integrity.
Yes.
So in cases like that, what do you do?
So in cases like that, because initially, when we have a design from the architect, so we fall back, we ask the geotechnical engineers to help us to conduct what we call a soil test report. So the soil test report, we will marry it with the architectural design for us to know, okay, this is the level of foundations. This is what we want to do. So, but peradventure, the building is a two-floor building. That is the ground floor and the first floor. So maybe after the first floor, we are about going to the roof, and the client was not saying, let me add it another floor.
No. What happens in cases like that?
So adding another floor is not in the questions when the architect was trying to do his own architectural drawing. Adding another floor is not in the structural engineer's design drawings. So peradventure, the soil. So when you had to add another floor, what are you not telling? What is simply telling on the soil is you are adding another load to the soil. Because initially the soil test engineer did his own report and pass it to the structural engineer.
So in case the client insists, what do you do?
In case the client insists, we have to let the clients know that initially, periodically during our design, this building is designed to be on 2 floors because this is what the soil can carry.
And so I'm very interested in what happens at that stage. When you give the client your opinion and they don't take your opinion, what happens? Because this is a major issue that causes structural
defect,
collapses on
yeah.
buildings.
So that, from my own point of view, from my own experience, I will write a letter I will issue a letter to him. I will issue a letter from our decks that this is the initial design. But you want to go towards this particular level. I will confirm from the drawing, from the foundation, from the soil test engineering, whether they can receive it. If it cannot receive it, I will simply let the client know.
And if it goes on, what happens?
If it goes on, let him go on by himself.
But you don't think it's something that you should report to the statutory bodies? Because you can't let clients get away with a lot of this? Because at the end of the day, they compromise the lives of other people, not just their lives.
We understand.
So this should be as a matter of, it's a crime. I think it's a crime. Because lives are involved, properties are involved. So you can't just sweep it under the carpet that because it's a client. An illiterate can be a client that doesn't understand what you're talking about.
Because initially, right from day one, we have the people, we have this parastatal we call the Lagos State floor to hit. There's another body now comes in, we call it Lagos State.
It's in this.
Yes, there is.
Structural
defects.
And we navigate this in this country.
Be it the water, be it your rebar, your reinforcement, be it your sand, be it your cement, there should be a document from the vendor. If a client wants to go and purchase any sand, let him ask for a document that back of, okay, this is the quality of the cement you are buying from me. Because in the due diligences on the construction site, the consultants have some tests on their own side to certify the materials. Like the ions, there's a test we call a tensile strength to test the quality of the ions against what the structural engineer has designed. And during the course of the project, the concreting work, there's what we call a slump test, just to check the quality of the concrete. Because quality of the concrete helps in making the building to undergo its lifespan. But if you are using a poorly rated quality control, as a poorly rated concrete, it helps, it's a defect on its own. So it's the 1001 things. We have 1001 defects.
Thank you very much.
You're
we
welcome.
barely have enough time, but just to conclude.
Yes. No
and I mean, I would want it to be short, your
Okay, no
response.
problem.
What's the relationship between architects and structural engineers? I've heard there are always issues on site. Who has security? Who's responsible for the whole project?
Who has the full autonomy?
Yes.
In a building site, is an architect.
Okay.
Because he's the initiator of the building. He has the aesthetics. But a civil engineer is the skeleton of the aesthetics of the building. What I mean by that is the civil engineer understands, like our physical body, it's the skeleton that is picking the body. You understand? So in a building site, I will go with an architect because they are the initiator.
Okay, so they are your bosses on site.
They are the bosses on site. But when it comes to the stability, when it comes to the integrity of the building, when it comes to the integrity, is a civil engineer.
Okay.
But
all right.
So
Thank you
so
very much,
You're welcome.
Engineer Adewale Adeyemo. Are you a prince?
Actually, I'm a prince. I'm from Ogumosho.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, and I
welcome.
hope you come again.
Thank you so much.
I really had an insight into what structural
welcome.
defect and all that is.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of the segment, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion. Watch out for next week. We're also going to have huge and beautiful conversations again. Next is the design tip of the week. Welcome to the interior design segment where we talk about spaces and decor and how to transform the lovely spaces. And with me today is the delectable and beautiful Edna. Thank you, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much. Okay, I love today's topic. It's talking about home decor trend 2021. I very much love this topic because I love trends, and there are a lot of things that are trending this 2021. Even due to the COVID, a lot has changed.
Oh, really?
Yes, a lot of things have changed. Like for instance, the number one trend on my list is home office. After the days, their offices, their homes, their store. I feel like it is here to stay, and we are loving the vibes it gives.
Okay, so my question is, which is better,
Okay.
the live ones or the artificial ones? Because
Okay,
I see a lot of
okay.
artificial ones.
There have been a lot of arguments when it comes to artificial and live plants. For some interior designers, they feel like live plants is the best, but maintaining life plants have benefits. when it comes to your health, your living, I'm talking about living plants. Living plants just tend to make you rest better, you breathe better in your space, the oxygen. It's also very, it has this healing effects when you use it in a lot of space, and it's a wonderful thing to have them in your space. Then another trend, smart homes. I see, but they're here to stay. It's very convenient. You can be anywhere and you're controlling your TV. You can see what is happening in your space. So that's a very new trend. Then dark colors. Dark colors are also very trendy when used properly. So you cannot just throw in dark colors if you don't know what you're doing.
Okay, so I was going to add to what you were talking about smart homes.
Okay.
Security is also very important, and it's done a lot when it comes to security. Yeah, so what about accessories? What are the accessories that have come to stay?
Okay, accessories that have come to stay. We have diffusers.
Yes, I've been seeing a lot of
Yeah, your house needs to smell fresh. So other than it has to smell fresh, for aesthetics, diffuser is your go-to things when it comes to accessories. We also have like books, even though we're not reading them, they're like artificial books. Yeah. But for the aesthetics part of it, they are really very nice when you have them. I also mentioned pampas grass. You also need vets for all these grasses and plants. So these are new trends that are yet, I feel like they are yet to stay because they are very lovely and they are very affordable too. Even flowers. Not plants, plants is different from flowers. Think about flowers, especially in some stores these days. You have lots of flowers, the rose, you name it. There are lots of flowers that are very trendy. I, for one, thought that they were going to leave 2020, but they are here and they are going nowhere. So those are the trends that I have. And that thing that is trending is the blush pink. You know, we spoke about blush pink in that segment. It's really welcoming color. People are embracing it. It has nothing to do with being a male or a female. Even, yes, like anybody can use blush pink. It's kind of like nude, but you need to know the difference. Like, it's really a very trendy color, and it is really very yummy and cute.
Yummy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank you too.
coming around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. On the last segment of the show today is the favorite artisan spot, where we are talking to another fantastic artisan to take us through his craftsmanship.
Actually, pé kí nǹkan wá nǹkan ṣe ni pé a fẹ́ báyàn máa tajà náà nìmí náà ń báyàn tajà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọọṣẹ́. So láti bẹ̀ mo ti rí pé ọ̀nà tèmi náà lè ṣe lélẹ́yìí mo dẹ̀ fojú sí. I spent like 15 years lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí èmi náà wà kó tó di pé èmi náà dòmìnira ti tèmi náà. Actually, ẹni tó bá lówó ó lè tà, àmọ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ train nípa ẹ̀, ó gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Torí pé bí situation Nàìjíríà ṣe rí nsìn, tí o bá ní o kówó lórí ọjà kan tó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, bóyá kíní ẹ̀ ti fall nínú market nsìn ò mọ̀, tí wọ́n kàn lọ rà, tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ta tiẹ̀ nsìn, wàá tà ní bad price ni, àfi kó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. So bó ṣe ń lọ, wàá mọ̀ quality, wàá mọ̀ quantity, pé tí n bá rà tó báyìí, iye báyìí náà lè dí mi lórí ẹ̀. Tó o bá ti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ o lè ṣe, àfi kó train nípa ẹ̀. It's all imported. Local wa náà wà, but kò tí ì pọ̀ ń ta bí imported. The same thing, even tá bá ní ká tún fojú wò nsìn, ní local one títí wa gan, ó yìí fẹ́ stand ju foreign lọ, but kò ń ṣe nǹkan tí ó ju ti foreign lọ. Torí ní foreign yẹn, àwọn náà máa fún wọn ní measurement nǹkan tí àwọn fẹ́ látọ̀hún yẹn wá, but ti local títí wa nsìn, size tí a ti ń lò láti pẹ́tipẹ́ làwọn yẹn sì ń ṣe, àwọn náà kọ́ lè dídí ẹ̀kú ń bẹ̀. So quality yẹn sì wà ń bẹ̀, bóyá heavy, bóyá strong sí. Challenge tá à ń dorúkọ ló ń bẹ̀ ń sìn ni pé bí situation countries ṣe rí ń sìn, torí pé tí a bá ra ọjà pé à ń tajà yìí ní 10,000 naira for instance ń sìn, ká tó ta ọjà tán ká tó sìn, n pé bí technology ṣe wà ń sìn, ifun bó ṣe jẹ́ pé bí irú àwọn tó mọ̀ pé ní baby color tí yàn wá rí color yẹn, àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn expert nínú dí àwọn furniture yìí, wọ́n lè ra bí off white ń sìn, wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀, kán sọ fún àwọn tó fẹ́ bá wọn spray pé nǹkan tá fẹ́ gbé kíkiní ìgbéjáde nìyẹn, ó máa gbé jáde. Mi fún bí irú plain color nìyẹn o, wọn lè rú àwọn tó jẹ́ design color ṣe. kò ń ṣe pé mi ń ṣe pẹ̀lú ṣeré-ṣeré ní tí mo ń ṣe pẹ̀lú life mi tí mo fi ń tọ́ ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ mi tí wọ́n fi graduate tó wà ní university sí wà ń bẹ nísìnyí so ní tí mo lè fi sọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ ni.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week and we have to wrap up, and we hope you have enjoyed yourself as I have, and also learned a thing or two about averting major structural defects in buildings. So join us next week for another interesting edition of Space and Style at the same time on the same channel.
I find the strength I need every time that I look into your eyes. You show me love. I know they worry, 'cause I know, say you did by my side. You show me. And when the night comes, you hold me in your arms and you say, I'll never let you go, my sweet baby. No matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show up for me every day. No matter when sin I show you, you show me love. You show me love. Every moment you dey walk, no dey tire just to take care of me. You show me. Even when I'm at my worst, you're still there. You see the best in me. Whenever I call, you know they fail, you always answer. Always there to hold me closer. You never let me down. No matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show up for me every day. No matter when sin I show you, you show me love. I find the strength I need every time that I look into your eyes. You show me. And if I fall away, right in the midst of all my hour, you know that I have for my while. Oh, you dey always there for me. Oh, no matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show me love.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done,
every public.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Rithouse. Less than 24 hours to the March 26th National Convention, will I say the long-awaited National Convention of the All Progressives Congress ruling party in Nigeria. The internal crisis rocking the River State chapter of the party has taken a dramatic twist. The faction of the party loyal to Senator Maglesabe has alleged that the Minister of Transportation and former Governor Rotimi Chibuike has presented names of dead persons and defectors as authentic delegates from the state for Saturday's National Convention. The faction said it observed what it called the deliberate inclusion of deceased persons and persons who no longer are members of the All Progressives Congress on the delegates list already submitted for the convention by the minister. Now, joining us to discuss this is the deputy spokesperson or the deputy publicity secretary of the All Progressives Congress in River State, Darlington Nwuju, and former chief of staff to the River State government, Mr. Tony Okocha. Gentlemen, it's great to have you join us on Plus Politics. All right, we have Darlington first up, yes.
Good evening, Kofi.
Thank you very much. Yes. We're trying to get back to Tony Okocha, who we had join us earlier. Darlington, what's your reaction, the reaction of the All Progressives Congress in River State to this allegation by the Maglesabe faction, as it were, that the Minister of Transportation has presented dead people and members who are people who are not members of the party on the delegates list for the National Convention?
Well, Kofi, I think that this is a lazy thing. There has been an established structure of the All Progressive Congress in River State, which Senator Abe and his group have refused to recognize. And so I think that there is a gap in their understanding of how the party has fared or how the party has been run or administered or managed in the past 2 years. Let me quickly say that since the dissolution of the National Working Committee under Comrade Adams Oshomole on the 25th of June 2020, there has been a structure on ground, a caretaker committee for the state. And I want to say with all intent and purposes that the current executive of the party, which Senator Maglesabe has refused to recognize, and I think that it is for this reason that he has refused to recognize the legality and the legitimacy of the existing ESCO that has made him to go on, this public theatrics every now and again. Now, the list that is the so-called list is purely an inherited list from the structure that has existed before now. And so, if that is the issue, I want to say that it was mere secretarial error, which as we speak has been corrected. That list has been updated, and there is no problem, there are no issues again. Why do we need to petition the screening committee? Why do we need to go public, making all sorts of rants in order to attract public attention and public sympathy to a particular group of people? I dare say that the latest petition by the Senator Maglesabe is a direct result of the decisions of the national body of the APC to adopt a consensus option for nomination of candidates in tomorrow's national convention. And because this has not favored him, that is why he resorted to the latest to draw public sympathy. I think that it is very, very unnecessary. And I want to repeat that it is insulting to say that the minister presented a list of dead persons. For what? To what intent? What does it stand to benefit? The convention tomorrow, for those who know the inner organs of the party, there have been both formal and informal consultations on how the convention would go. And so, why would or what would how would the minister benefit from what they are talking about? How would it benefit if maybe the list of delegates is padded? Whether it is padded by 1,000 or reduced by 500, the result will still remain the same because there is a consensus agreement. So what are we talking about? What delegates?
Okay, that's number one.
For God's sake, the minister does not run the party.
Okay.
There has been for the APC a standing structure since June 25th.
Okay.
So,
but I can hear you clearly.
Okay. I hope that our team can work on that because the names of dead people as delegates. Is that what you say?
I am saying that if there were errors, which in every human organization, which in every human arrangement is very, very possible, that names of persons who are now late or persons who have now left the party is found on that list. And I'm saying that that list was inherited. Do not forget, Kofi, that the convention of this party has suffered plenty of delays. It's been delayed for 2 years. Do not forget that fact. Okay. And so I am saying that the current executive inherited that list.
Okay, so they inherited a list from who? Was it from Isaac Ogbobula or from who?
Right from the time of Isaac Ogbobula.
Okay.
The issue of convention planning has been on ground.
All right. So is it that Emeka Bekele did not look at the names on the list he was sending? Because of course you'd have to type.
That it was a secretarial error.
How? Okay. So is it that he didn't see or what? Because I mean I'm looking at the names there and I can see for instance Publicity Secretary Senibok Chris Finebone. Is Senibok Chris Finebone still the publicity secretary of the party?
Of course he is.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Chief Tony Okocha. Chief Okocha, what's your take on this? But before I take your take, are you Chief Okocha? Are you still a member of the All Progressives Congress?
Oh, founding member in River State by virtue of the fact that I held an office of note in River State. Somebody who rose to become your staff River State government is a stakeholder. And of course, if matters concerning the state was to be discussed, I should be invited or also demand of course that I should be invited. So I have no business with this Wike and his party. I am a stakeholder in River State by virtue of the office I have found.
All right. What's your thought on this delegates list? Because I'm assuming that you are part of the faction of the party that is crying foul. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, however, there are no two definitions of fraud. Fraud is fraud. Now, that list, so to speak, was not only concocted by the other members. Well, they were members of our assembly, but never were principal officers of the assembly. We are given positions that they never occupied because our law says that for you to be a statutory delegate, if you are a member of the assembly, you have been a member, you are still the principal officer of the house. So in a bid to pardon the SK, who claims is the chairman of the party, that letter was written on the 16th of February 2020. 16th of February 2020. It was not written in anywhere November or December or October 2021. It was written on the 16th of February 2022. And he signed off in all the pages. In other words, authenticating every page and everything contained therein. Emeka Bekele cannot claim not to know that somebody like Felicia Sane, who was a member of the House of Assembly, had died, and that he and I were in that burial ceremony. Emeka Bekele cannot claim that he does not know that the former deputy governor, Dominic Amaja, is lying in the morgue now, and as far as his is concerned, Dominic Amaja is the deputy. Emeka Bekele cannot say not to know that Honorable Apollo Amade of the LG, he represented Ikwere and Emoa LG, where Emeka Bekele comes from. He cannot claim not to know that he is also late and has been buried. Emeka Bekele would not claim that he does not know that Felix Igwe, who represented of the local government, was late and was buried on Saturday. He was present in that area. Emeka Bekele cannot claim not to know that Martin Smala of Ahoda West, a member of House of Assembly, is late and was buried. And Emeka Bekele was there. So what are we talking about?
Okay. Chief Tony Okocha, Chief Tony Okocha, we have the Deputy Publicity Secretary of the All Progressives Congress in River State on the line. Now, he has said that all that is happening, and I've seen the...
Can I know the name of that? Who is the person, please?
Yeah, yes. This is the Deputy Publicity Secretary of the All Progressives Congress in River State.
Who is that?
That's Darlington Nwuju. But I've seen. Yes, so I've seen the letter signed by Honorable Barrister Wogbom. That's a petition, the former Attorney General of River State. Now, what the All Progressives Congress in River State is saying, as led by Emeka Bekele, is saying is that this list with the deceased persons like Martins, the late Honorable Martins Mana, the late Honorable Apollo Samadi, the late Chief Dominic Anucha, has their names on this list. They're saying it was a secretarial error. It was a secretarial error. They just said the previous list either had been existing before now, only to find out that this. So they have Wogobombs to thank. That Wogobombs actually helped them find out that it was a secretarial error.
This is arrant nonsense. I'm sorry to use that word. But the truth of the matter, just look at the dates. The letter that the maker sent to the National Secretary of State was dated 16th February 2022. Secretarial error or whatever. Deliberate attempt to defraud the party. Deliberate attempt to...
Kocha, and what he said, he's questioning your excuse of this errors being secretarial in nature. Can you break down to us what really happened? Because what Chief Tony Okocha said is incontrovertible in terms of what he saw on the paper, which is the signature of Emeka Bekele on all the pages. And I'm looking at a copy of the paper here, the delegates list with the on the letterhead of the River State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, signed by Chief Emeka Bekele, who is the state chairman, and his signature is on all the pages that has some of these deceased persons, and then the rest whom Wogbom says are imposters and were never principal officers of the River State House of Assembly. So what do you say to that? Chief Tony Okocha has also said this letter was dated February 16, 2022. So he's doubting your excuse of a secretarial error. Darlington.
Kofi, can you hear me, Kofi?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Good. Now, I want to say that with his responses so far, has he considered to the fact that all this while he has been misleading the public on the legitimacy, the legality, the authenticity of the Emeka Bekele-led executive of the APC in River State? If he is not, if he still doubts the authenticity of that ESCO led by Emeka Bekele, why are the actions of the executive under Emeka Bekele still bothering him? Why is he calling his actions to question? It means that he has considered to the fact that indeed there is a legally recognized party structure in River State. That is number one, because he has not been able to convince me as to why and how the actions of Chief Emeka Bekele will suddenly begin to affect the interests of his own group. Because he has claimed on several platforms that Chief Emeka Beke is not the party chairman in Rivers State. So his allegations against the party does not hold water. The grounds upon which he is standing to make such claims does not hold water because he does not recognize Emeka Beke. He does not also recognize me. So how would I be speaking to somebody or arguing with somebody who does not recognize the party structure in the state?
Darlington Woodju, Chief Tony Okocha asked a simple question.
Yes,
I'll come to the point you've raised. But Darlington is asking. Darlington, please.
I am saying
Darlington,
that
please.
Chief Tony Okocha does not recognize Emeka Beke.
Yes, I know. I heard you. Darlington, please. I'll pose the question to him.
It means that
yes. I heard you.
For the legitimacy and the legality of the APC in Rivers State.
Yes. I just need to ask you a quick question, Darlington.
Okay. If Emeka Beke's signature or any document authenticated by him stands even in the face of the law and is recognized by the National Secretariat of the party, why then has he been going around all platforms to say that there is no legally recognized?
All right, let's give him a chance to respond. Yes, Darlington, let's give. Hello, Darlington, are you there? Darlington, would you please, let's give Emeka Beke a chance to, Chief Tony Okocha a chance to respond to the allegations you've made. Chief Okocha, are you still there, please?
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Okay, so he is saying that you, in particular, and those members of the APC in your bloc have previously questioned the legitimacy of Emeka Beke and his exco. So why are you now worried with his list and the contents of his list if he's not legitimate? What do you say to that? I hope you heard what he said, so please go on.
Well, therefore, you see, this program is yours. So don't allow either my friend here, Darlington, I don't know Darlington, or myself to take you away from the subject matter. Now, the subject matter here is not about the legitimacy of a Emeka Beke.
Yes, we'll come back to the list, but just so that we can give everyone the chance to. Yeah, so just ask. Yeah, I'm moderating, sir.
It's a matter in the court. It's not judice.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, I have my own chairman of the party. The matter is in court. I will discuss it. Only the court is able to use us, and then we'll know who the chairman of the party.
No, but his question to you, yeah, Chief Okocha, his question to you is, yes, if it's in court and you don't recognize Emeka Beke, why are you worried about this list? Since to you, he's not the chairman of the party.
We are worried clearly because, my brother, we're talking about fraud. How can you, whether you are legitimate or illegitimate, compile a list and send to the National Secretary? And we're saying that this was done on the 16th of February. I'm sure the document is before you.
Yes, indeed.
It was not done in November. It was not done in 2002 or 2000 or 2001. It was done on the 16th of February 2002. And where he claimed that he was chairman and he signed in all the pages. That's the point we're making. And we're saying that the persons he included in this list were dead. Or let me say that they are dead. And we have noted about 7 of them. And you know, Darlington there knows that the former deputy governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Dominic Amika, hails from Omoma House, where they come from. Ask him if that man is alive. So how can he claim secretarial error now?
But Chief,
so the issue is that this is about whether we recognize the chairmanship of the party. It's not that not there. Okay. That matter is in court. And as a party member, there is no limit to which I can discuss the party. I'm a founding member of the party. So there's no limit at which I can discuss the party. We're saying that it is wrong, it is fraudulent, and I said that fraud has no good definition. It is fraudulent for Emeka Beke and his cohort, led by the Honorable Minister of Transportation, to defraud the party, to defraud the APC, and defraud Nigeria. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, all right. I'll come back to you in a bit, Chief Okocha. Darlington, over to you. He said that, this matter of chairmanship of the party, legitimacy of Emeka Beke's chairmanship and his executive, including you, is a matter of a court case, so he would not want to comment on that.
Hello, Kofi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Did you hear him?
Very good, very good. Now, I want to pose a straight question to my senior friend, Chief Tony Okocha, KSG. I want to ask him a very simple question because he's a philosopher of very high repute by training. Now, can a non-legal entity commit fraud?
Okay, all right. Chief.
Except it does not, I'm sure, I friend there, I hold him in high and he knows me, we will know ourselves very, very well. And I'm sure that he understands what he's talking about. When he talks about somebody that's legitimately committing fraud, yes, it's clear. What is fraud, for instance? And he knows the definition. When you want to cheat, you want to pass through the back door. When you want to subvert, when you want to do the things that are wrong. And I said that it has also, there are also definitions about fraud. So a non-legal entity can commit fraud. Please.
Okay.
Believes that Chief Emeka Beke is not legitimate and that the legitimacy or otherwise of Chief Emeka Beke is contentious. Is a matter subject to judicial interpretations. Now, why are the activities of Chief Emeka Beke now bothering him and his group? Because if the court now decides to declare the actions of Chief Emeka Beke, let us go. If the court decides to void his actions and the actions of the ESCO, he therefore voids everything he has done. So why can't he relax, calm his nerves, and allow the courts to make pronouncements?
Okay, thank you, Darlington. So now, he has made some points which I'd like you to respond to.
Which I have Kofi.
Yes.
Darlington, I have responded.
Can I do my job, please? Darlington, can I please do my job? Darlington, hold on.
Go ahead.
Yes, please do me the honors. Thank you. So he is saying, this Chief Tony Okocha is saying that it's impossible for Emeka Beke to feign ignorance of the fact that on this list of delegates sent by the Rivers APC to the national body, you have dead people and you have what Walker Bombs called imposters, people who never were principal members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. And Tony Okocha's reason for saying that is that Emeka Beke took a pen and signed every single page of that delegates list. And Tony Okocha believes it would have been impossible for Emeka Beke to not see the names there and go through those names to know who is who. Is it possible, Darlington? So tell us what do you have to say to this?
First of all, I have said in my prologue that it was a secretarial error. And having admitted so, I still want to go back to my previous argument.
Hold on, please, Darlington. When you say secretarial error, Tony Okocha, I don't know if you're there, sir, but I think, okay, the last thing he said was that he does not understand what you mean by secretarial error. When Emeka Beke took a pen and signed on the paper, he took a paper and signed. You know, I mean, is it possible that the party chairman would not go through the delegates list? Because that's the list that will be sent to Abuja.
Kofi, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a document that has had the challenge of the printer's devil before? Have you ever had documents that has typographical errors before?
Of course.
Have you ever had a situation where, you know, by whatever human machinations or human fallibility.
Okay, I've heard your, yes, you're talking about human fallibility. Nope. So what really happened? Yes, what really happened?
I am saying that this was an error, and that it has also been corrected. That is one, and that is a fact that error has been corrected. Now, but I am still asking, and I want to know why.
Oh no, okay. So that thing you were saying. So can you furnish us with the
because it should be to an advantage for him if the actions of Chief Emeka Gbege are later voided by the court.
Okay, so when was the correct list sent to the APC National?
Immediately it was dictated.
When, sir? Was it
immediately? It was dictated. That's okay. All I can say.
So was it immediately? You got wind. The party got wind that of Wogubom's petition.
No. Immediately the secretariat called the attention of the party. It was corrected and sent.
Was this before or after Wogubom signed petition?
Kofi, let me assure you that error has been corrected.
Yeah, was it before Wogubom's?
It is not for me to reveal confidential information on public platforms.
No, I mean,
accept the fact that.
Okay, we'll try and get back to Tony Okocha, but Darlington, Unwuju, maybe you could avail us of a copy of this new list so we can look at it. The issues and the internal wranglings within the APC in River State are still on, despite the new executive that we have. What's going on in the party? Why has the APC in River State not been able to bring everyone together with this new, the likes of Wogubom, Tony Okocha, Golden Chioma, and co. Yeah.
No, Kofi, there is nothing like that. I think.
All right, we seem to be having a.
That all these show of the media, are you there, Kofi?
Yeah, go on. We're listening to you. Go on.
Are you there? Yeah, that is the creation of the media. Because as you may know, the delegates of the party are on ground waiting for tomorrow to cast their votes. And so, whatever argument anybody is making anywhere is immaterial. Good thing the other people are laying claim to the fact that there is a subsisting case in court. So all well and good.
All right. Darlington, we seem to be losing you. Maybe it's a network issue. But Chief Tony Okocha, are you there? Hello, Chief Tony Okocha. Are you there, please? Okay. Network has played a fast one on us, of course. Ongoing conversation regarding the All Progressives Congress in River State. And of course, it never seems to leave the headlines. Very, very robust arguments from both sides. The All Progressives Congress executive in River State, led by Emeka Gbege, is saying that it was a secretarial error that led to the inclusion of dead persons, former members of the All Progressives Congress, in the delegates list sent from the state chapter of the party to the national body for the forthcoming national convention. And with the names of some persons who were not ranking, or let's call it leading figures in the All Progressives Congress as far as the River State House of Assembly is concerned, Wogubom's in that petition he signed described them as imposters. He said that they were so presented, names included on the list were never in the position ascribed to them, and they were so presented as such so as to bring them into the delegates list, since being a member of the House of Assembly does not qualify you for that. So this is talking about the principal officers of the River State House of Assembly. We do not say that they were not in the state legislature, Wogubom's argues, on the dates listed against their names. We state that it is not true that they were principal officers as claimed. We have to go, and of course I will continue to watch this space and bring you the latest as far as the National Convention of the All Progressives Congress is concerned. I want to say thanks to a former Chief of Staff to River State Government House, Tony Okocha, and the Deputy Publicity Secretary of the All Progressives Congress in River State, Darlington Wuju, for joining us tonight. Thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we discuss fresh killings in southern Kaduna and the way forward. We'll be right back.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Southern Kaduna has been experiencing a fresh wave of killings in recent times. Senator Ahmed Mohamed McCarthy, a former governor of Kaduna State, has spoken on the events, saying that the news of a resurgent wave of attacks and violence leading to loss of lives of innocent people around the Jema'a Kaura Zangon Kataf local government axis of Kaduna State was horrible and obnoxious and unacceptable. Also, the state government has stated that the death toll in Sunday's attack in Kaura local government area has risen to 34, including 2 military personnel. Now, joining us to discuss these unfortunate events is Joseph Hayab. He's a clergyman rather, and the Kaduna State chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria. Reverend Hayab, good evening to you. Thanks for your time. Reverend Joseph Hayab, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much for having me this evening.
Interesting. We've had a wave of attacks and killings in Kaduna State. The last one we hear in places like Kaura local government area. You know, also before that we heard about Zango Kataf. And the latest figure we hear between 34 and 37 bodies being recovered, including 2 military personnel. It was 34 before we were told a mob attacked 3 persons and killed them in a herders camp. What exactly is this wave of attacks, this time in southern Kaduna, all about, the recent one?
Yeah, well, before I actually respond to your question, let me correct that. There was no mob attack and killing of any herder, because the government spokesperson or the commissioner of security who issued that statement realized that it was a mere propaganda from his office, because there was nothing like that. And he has also issued another statement to retract that, because there was nothing like that. The killing was in Kaguru, in Kafanchan, and in Kaura, where innocent citizens who had no business with anybody than just trying to live their lives were attacked, killed. Over or almost 200 houses were burned. Over 37 people were killed, including women, young children, older people. What an unfortunate situation.
All right. Reverend, this latest wave of attacks, so what would you say is behind this? I mean, you're chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, and a body that has been active, you know, in terms of talking and speaking out against the violence in Kaduna State. What is behind this latest attack?
Well, there's really nothing latest. It's just a continuation of what has been going on for a long time. I think the bandits have found Kaduna a suitable ground, a suitable fertile soil for them to carry out their barbaric act. And so they move from one community to the other, and southern Kaduna seems to be receiving the largest share of the attack. They move from Zangon Kataf. The next day they will go to Kaura. Another week they will go to Jema'a. Another week they will go to other Kachia, and so on. The fact is that within the last 6 days, there were so much attack around
But this one became very famous because lives were lost. But in Kachia local government alone, around over 49 people were kidnapped and about 6 to 5 people were killed. And nobody talked about it. Then on Sunday, this unfortunate incident happened. The Southern Kaduna man has become a victim of a conspiracy that we cannot define and we cannot explain why. Why will this bandit every day come and attack innocent citizens? Why will this bandit every day come and attack people in their homes? And you know, we always come forward and make some argument that it is the hardest farmers clashes. I cannot even understand what it means when you say it is the hardest farmers clashes. Because someone is sleeping in his house, someone has no business with farm, even with herding, and criminals walked into his community, killed him, burnt his house, and you call that farmers herders? But that's the kind of term that they find it suitable to use and confuse people instead of dealing headlong with criminals who are attacking people in their homes, who are destroying livelihood, who are even making citizens of Nigeria not sleeping in their homes. Because there was a time our governor came out to tell the world that these criminals and these bandits are foreigners. He even told the world that he went out there and paid them money. What are we seeing now? Probably the money he paid them has finished and they need new money. You can see the implication of paying money to criminals. That's why when he came back again and started changing his tune and telling the world that he's not going to negotiate with bandits, we find that to be pure politics. Because you were the ones who said there was no other option than to give them money. You've given them money, they've enjoyed the money, they've become rich, they've bought more weapons, they now want to operate with their weapons, and you're telling them that there will be no deal. No way. And I believe that's why the criminals and the bandits are refusing to leave Kaduna, because they have found our state a fertile ground for them to continue to do their evil. And they know that 98% of what our governor said is purely rhetoric and there will be no action.
We've talked about Kaduna over the past few years a lot. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, who you've just talked about, recently said, you know, the killing is become more than the Boko Haram and terrorism in the northeast. So he has called the government to also look at the northwest as well. And it's become more prominent than even Boko Haram attacks. You've talked about criminals, you've talked about bandits. Who exactly are these people? Where do they come from? And what is their motive?
Yeah, well, you see, these bandits are out to actually destroy source of livelihood in the whole of Kaduna State, because even yesterday night, they were in Giwa local government. The fact that in Giwa, they kidnapped a priest, they killed 3 of our brothers, they destroyed their homes, over 10 houses, they killed many other people in Giwa just yesterday. But you see, one of the reasons why Southern Kaduna becomes more on the news is because once such killings happen in other parts, the language the government will use in defining the killing becomes different with the language you will use in defining the killing when it comes to Southern Kaduna. So people find out to be very hypocritical, because a responsible government is supposed to be fair, supposed to be honest, supposed to protect every citizen, irrespective of his identity. A responsible government should not begin to protect or speak favorably for criminals. But what we find in Kaduna today is our government, killings are going on everywhere, because it would be wrong for anybody to assume that all the killings are in Southern Kaduna. But once it happens in Southern Kaduna, the language the government use is not a language of good.
Hi there, Reverend Joseph Hayab. Can you please hear us? All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. So continue. We can hear you. Continue, please.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes. So, of course, the killings in Kaduna are well documented. In fact, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, they talk about, you know, like I said earlier, the statistics of killings in the south and northwestern part of the country. But we've been hearing 2 particular local government areas as being prominent, you know, in all of this. Hundreds of lives lost since 2020, 2021, and now we're talking about 2022. I'm referring to Kaura and Zango Kataf local government areas. Why is it that with this particular local government areas, it's not been possible to have a solution, even if it's a military solution, to secure them, knowing that these are red areas?
Yeah, that's what we expect government to do. If a governor realizes that a particular area is prone to danger, is prone to crisis, is being attacked, then steps must be taken to secure that area, to protect that area. The governor knows very well that the bandits are terrorizing the people of Zongo Kataf, they are terrorizing the people of Kaura, they are terrorizing the people of Jamal local government, they are terrorizing the larger part of southern Kaduna. But you see, there is no concrete effort. We've heard that they put a military, a mobile police station. It will interest you to know that that particular community in Kaguru that was attacked last Sunday is not up to 10 minutes or 5 minutes drive from where the mobile police are. So you ask yourself, what did they put the mobile police there for? There was a time the chief of army staff or the chief of air staff told us that they are going to start an air force barracks there. All these are rhetoric. They come to the media every day and sing songs of things they are never going to do. So Nigerians will just assume that all is well in southern Kaduna, only to hear the next day that there is an attack. And when innocent southern Kaduna people hear this good news and think that, oh, they are bringing security forces around us, and they go to sleep, and the enemy will come again and attack them. That's why we are so disturbed that why should government specializes in telling lies, specializes in propaganda, specializing in misleading our people, and she's not protecting them. This is unfair. These are citizens. These citizens voted for you, even if they do not vote for you, for the mere fact that you took out of office to defend the lives and protect lives and properties of the citizens. It is about the citizens of the state. Why should you allow some part of the state to suffer, and every day they are busy burying loved ones? The other day I attended a burial in southern Kaduna where we buried 38 people in one burial service. What kind of life is that?
Yeah,
How can such people be productive?
Yeah, Reverend Hayab, I'm also hearing that today, it's been in the news, in the last few minutes, I must say, that about 50 people have lost their lives, and we're going to try and get some clarity on this story. In Giwa local government area of Kaduna State, we're hearing bandits attacked 9 communities. Have you heard anything like that? I think you did mention something.
If you had listened to me earlier,
yes, earlier, yeah.
I did share with our viewers to know that we are aware of the story of the killing in Giwa, because the Christian community there have reported to us how their homes were burned. Yeah, Giwa has also been in the news in the past few months. Yeah. Virtually every week, an attack will happen in Giwa. So completely what I would say is that there is a failure of governance. That is why Kaduna State is always on the news for bad reason. Always on the news because lives are being lost.
But President Muhammadu Buhari, of course, El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, is a governor. He's not a president, and he has a limit to what he can do. You might want to argue with that, but he has previously appealed to the president to do something about the situation in Kaduna State. And the human rights writers group is saying, Huriwa, is also saying that President Buhari is doing nothing basically about the situation. They've called it a reluctance to stop the killings in Kaduna State, and they petitioned the UK and the EU over what they call Buhari's reluctance. Would you say President Buhari is reluctant to stop the killings in Kaduna State, and can he possibly do more than is being done right now?
I believe those who are advising President Buhari have given him a narrative that is quite one-sided, a narrative that is selfish, a narrative that does not show concern to the lives that have been lost. Did you even read the press statement released from presidency about the killing in southern Kaduna? It's quite sad. How can citizens of your country being killed and you make such release as if it is a reprisal attack? And how on earth people sleeping in their house and someone come and kill them and all you say is that you're warning against reprisal attack? That's to tell you that the president is being fed with wrong information. The president is not properly advised, and if he is fully aware and is passing instructions, then his instructions are not being carried out because killings continue every day in southern Kaduna. Sometimes we are so tired and weak to keep coming over and over to be crying that there is killing, there is killing. When we talk about killing, we are talking about killings of human beings. We are not talking about just about a tribal group or a faith group. We are talking about killings of human beings. These people are Nigerians. They are citizens of this country.
All right. Reverend, we have to go. But indeed, President Buhari in that press statement condemned the killings, and he said that, quote, mindless act of violence has no place in a civilized society. So he called it a cowardly attack on innocent civilians. So we also need to point that out. But I want to thank you.
Yeah, he did, but some of the words he added to, you see, when you are talking about people who are crying, you have to be careful with your words. If
we
you
have
use
to go.
words that, yeah, thank you.
We have to go. I want to thank you very much, sir. I think a point has been passed. Reverend Joseph Hybe is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna State, and he's been a guest on Plus Politics. Thank you for staying with us. We round up today's show with the weekly highlights of the show. I'm Kofi Patel's Plus Politics returns on Monday.
The feeling of the House and the feeling of most people who have read the judgment is that it's a judgment that smacks of what people have been complaining about in the Nigerian political system, mainly that politicians are trying to bring the judiciary into disrepute. There is no reason whatsoever for the court, for instance, to enter into, to accept that case the way it was accepted, to give an order against a party that was not a party to the suit, and to order further that the executive should perform the duties of the legislature by going to delete a section of the Electoral Act. What the Honorable Court should have done or should have stopped that would have been simply to say, in his opinion, that the said section of the Constitution was null and void to the extent of its inconsistency to a specific section of the Constitution.
In the same level, they are on the same pedestal. So it is sad that on same issues, same parties, these cases were going on simultaneously. I don't know what really happened. A situation where immediately the Federal High Court Abuja gave judgment, the State High Court, which obviously, given the circumstance and from my experience, seems to be a judgment influenced. I think NJC and the Nigerian Bar Association has a lot of work to do to ensure that corrupt judges do not. In fact, these days at the Federal High Court, when you're filing any suit, you have to depose an affidavit that there is no other suit and you're not going to duplicate suits. So obviously what happened in the Ebonyi State High Court is a misnomer, and NJC should met out the appropriate sanctions on the offending judge.
I will say that EFCC does not have the capacity to deal with this type of crime. Because over time we have seen not 1, not 3, not 10, not 15. It has become like a normal thing for EFCC. Once a public officer exhausts or the tenure expires, the next thing EFCC swoops on him and is possibly arrested, kept for a few days, take to court, granted bail. The politician comes back to the society and never allows the society to rest with the enormous money that they have pilfered or fleeced from the government treasury.
And for contesting for this position for the past 1993 up to this time that we are talking of about 29 years ago. So by next year, it's going to be 30 years that Atiku Abubakar has been vying for this position. The question now is, has it always been revealing his political manifesto? Are they the same thing that he has been talking about? Has he been able to upgrade himself? And another question that we have is, looking at his age, by this time next year, by the time we'll be contesting the election next year, Atiku Abubakar will be about 76 years of age, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, which is about 76 years of age. So at 76, with looking at the antecedent of the present president who came in at 75 or 76 too, looking at the age and what is happening under him. We remember how this man spent more than 1 year outside Nigeria for medical attention. Because at that age, there are a lot of things that happens to people who are over 70 years, medical attention. So will the man be able to deliver at 76?
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Till today, I would say I'm going to my late 40s. It's still a mystery to me. this actually happened to me because I don't even know how, I don't know when. I didn't even know it happened to me. I grew up as a little child, like a normal child. Though as a growing adult, some of the fun was missing. But I never attributed it for one day to circumcision, that I was actually circumcised.
Respect my brothers.
The journey to finding my voice began at Ibadan, or I may even say way before the set date and time in my mind and in the city of Lagos. As a journalist, I had the privilege of interviewing 3 women on the occasion of Female Genital Mutilation Day 2019. This was the event that would make me discover that my people still lived in darkness. FGM is an endemic act in Oyo State, with the prevalence highest in Kajola, a local government area in Okeogun axis of the state, with a prevalence of 98%. Other regions in the state were the practice amongst the people. The conversation you're about to listen to was recorded somewhere in the city of Ibadan.
So kini yẹn wọ́n wá aṣọ níbi aṣọ ni wọ́n kàn níbi aṣọ wọn kàn kini yẹn sí bí wọ́n ṣe tó báyìí wọ́n kàn ṣó ni wọ́n wá gbẹ́ bí ìsàlẹ̀ odó yẹn wọ́n ní kàn gbogbo ọ̀tá yín àtẹ̀pá tó kàn wọ́n sàn ṣàdúrà níjọ́ yẹn àdúrà mọ́ bí sọ pé ẹ má fi síbi tájọ́ gbé o wọ́n ṣe jágbédu ẹ̀ ni. So gbà bí wọ́n ṣe sí síbẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n sá dé wọ́n sọ sínú rẹ̀ wọ́n á gbé odó yẹn síbi ibẹ̀ padà wọ́n ṣe gbódò yẹn síbi ibẹ̀ padà báyìí so wọ́n á ṣe ráìsì wọ́n fi adìẹ sí àwa tá a kọlà gangan àwa jẹ àwọn tó gbádùn dáadáa orí náà lè ní jẹ so àwọn tí ò kọlà wọ́n pé gbogbo wọ́n fún wọn ṣẹ́ wà.
Let's begin by establishing facts about female genital mutilation.
There are 4 types of female genital cutting. You have the one we call type 1. That type 1, they go and then they excise the clitoris. So we call it a clitoridectomy. The clitoris is excised, and they believe by so doing, at least the woman's sexual urge will be at least kept in check to a large extent. Then there's another type. In that particular type, they remove both the clitoris and then they remove part of the labia. Some even go as far removing both the majors and the minors, that are the 2 lips in the vagina. Then you have a third part, a third type. In that third type, they remove the clitoris, they remove the labia, and then they try to sew it up. So what they now do is, when it's time for marriage, they have a ceremony where they present out to everybody, and then the female relatives of the man and the woman will come as witnesses to witness the disinfibulation ceremony, where they cut off that scar that had been formed as a result of the, well, I'll call it surgery, the local surgery that was done on the woman. I mean, they are violating the woman's right because she has to be naked and nobody has to see it. Then even sometimes after cutting it, they dip some pieces of cloth and they take out the cloth as evidence that yes, it has been done on her and she's clean. Then the particular type, what we call the gishiri cut, that one is mainly found in northern Nigeria, particularly among a particular ethnic group, the Hausas, and then some part of Nigeria, southern Nigeria Republic. What they do is there's a knife which the salt sellers use then do they to cut off bars of salt. They call it the gitchery knife. So the girl pass the leg, they put it in and then try to scoop the anterior vagina out.
Okeo, the local government capital of Kajola, I met a traditional exciser known in Yoruba as Olola, in person of Mr. Fasasi.
Ọmọ agboolé Olola Adilodun Mode. Ìdílé wa ni ó máa ń kọ ìlà. Tẹ́ bá sì wo ẹ̀kẹ́ mi, ẹ rí pé ìlà tèmi yàtọ̀. Ìlà Olola lè bọ́kọ. 3 ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ yìí, 8 ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n kò tó di early January last year 2019 àwọn UNICEF wọ́n wá sí Kajola. Wọ́n wá fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wípé ìlà tí à ń kọ fáwọn ọmọ wa obìnrin ó léwu. Ní ọjọ́ yìí àrò tó kó bí àwọn náà ìbọn ní kí ló tá fi ń kọ́ a sọ pé ìdí tá fi ń kọ́ ni pé àbá lọ́rọ̀ àwọn òbí wa bọ́n ṣe ń kọ́. Àkọ́kọ́ ní abẹ tá ń lò òun náà là ń fi ń kọlà fún àmọye àlòótọ́ ni ní abẹ kan náà ní Olúlà kan gbọ́dọ̀ ní àwọn náà là ń fi ń kọ́.
At Ishemile, we met Princess V.O. Adetono, who runs an indigenous non-governmental organization called Rural People Development Initiative, RUPEDIN.
Because when we finished the training at Abuja, I let him realize that it was not my own making. When you used to come to me and I used to refuse. At times I be saying that I'm very tired, I am very weak. Please, and it's because of the pain I used to have. Because if not because of bearing children, I would have lived men apart. Because it's usually very painful, very, very painful. It's at times that you enjoy it. Maybe once in a blue moon, one can enjoy it, but the enjoyment will not be so deep. Before I was fully agreed with our forefathers about that culture, that it was the best, and there wasn't any harm to women about that female genital mutilation. But when I came to be aware that it is a danger, that it is not good for women, was through my NGO.
In my case, I lived with a group of girls in a female hostel. And girls will always want to go out, they'll come in, they'll give experiences of how they had fun, how they were with their boyfriends, how it was interesting, that they got to the peak. And secretly I would sit down and just wonder in my head, but how is this? These girls, they go out, they have fun, they get to the peak, but why don't I? Why can't I experience it? It never occurred to me that anything was done on me, because I never even thought of probably looking at myself through the mirror, trying to see what's there under me, because I didn't even have the knowledge. You see, ignorance of so many things, and that's one of the effects. You tend to want to keep a lot of things to yourself, not knowing why this is happening to me, or probably I'm with the wrong man.
Boni, no, wọ́n fara mọ́ láti iye ọjọ́ yìí. Èmi ò fara mọ́ ṣe. Wọ́n sọ fáwọn òbí mi pé ìyàwó tá a ṣe ìgbà tí ọ̀sọ̀ náà ń bẹ ó ti sọ fún mi. Ó sọ fún mi. Àmọ́ Boni láti rí ọkọ mi kò sọ náà ń bẹ o. Èyí sì mọ̀ bí ń ṣe ṣe. O lè ṣépè fún ọ.
Or probably there's something wrong with me. Or probably I'm the one that I was created not to enjoy sex. But actually, that was artificial act that was done on me. Because the artificial act was for me not to enjoy sex.
Mo ti gbìyànjú tó, kò sí nǹkan kan pọ̀ fọlọ́n bẹ̀mí nígbà, èṣù ló tóbi ju ìnígbà. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ búkú yìí. Wọ́n fẹjọ́ rẹ̀ sùn àwọn òbí ẹ̀, wọ́n sì dọ́dọ̀ àwọn òbí mi tí ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn wọn. Akérèbó tó ṣe. Mo lọ. Gbogbo ń tọ́ ṣètì ló fi jọ. Orí mi ò wọ̀ burú.
While at Okeo, we visited a market called Boje. At this market, we spoke to some market leaders, all of them women. I remember the deputy of the market women said to us,
A
little into the conversation, the myths that surround the practice began to surface.
Màá sọ̀túnmọ̀ ẹ̀ fún yín. Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé torí ọmọ bíbí ni. Torí kíní yẹn máa ń tayọ. Ọ̀nà tó máa gbà yọrí síta. Tí wọn ò bá kọlà yín fún, ọmọ á máa fẹ́ ṣe jàmbá ní abẹ́ ìyọ́ ọmọ. Kíní yẹn abá lóde ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé kí wọ́n kọlà fún mìíràn. Eléyìí abẹ́ obìnrin tí wọ́n ń dá wọ́n ní máa fàyè pé obìnrin kójú rẹ̀ ọmọ máa gbébì kan kó má máa so mọ́ àwọn ọkùnrin kí kódà gan ẹni tí wọn ò bá dábẹ́rẹ́ gan yóò fẹ́ lè máa so mọ́ àwọn ọkùnrin pé kan wá báwọn ṣe pé torí ẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n fi ń dábẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ pé ìṣekúṣe lẹni tí wọn ò bá dábẹ́ fún ni ó máa ṣe káàkiri.
Some of the myths identified are mutilated women have difficulties with vaginal delivery. The clitoris must not touch the baby's head during childbirth. Also, it is considered a taboo for the clitoris to compete with the penis during sexual intercourse. An uncircumcised woman would become a prostitute. In local parlance, Adiashewu. Let's be clear, the clitoris is the bone of contention here, to live or not to live. Of course, this lied in the hands of the traditional excisors in the old days, as well as today, where it is still being practiced. You may want to ask, as I am asking, why should such decisions be theirs to make?
Ohun tí àwọn bàbá sọ fún wa nìyẹn nígbà tá a wà kékeré yí pé ọmọ obìnrin tí ò bá ti kọ́ yóò máa ṣiṣẹ́ aṣẹ́wó.
Well, maybe there's a response, maybe not. You want to ask what roles women play in defending patriarchy, right?
Woman yẹn wá sọ fún wa pé Èkó làwọn ń gbé. Ìyá ọkọ òun wá ní ìgbà tóun bímọ obìnrin. Ìyá ọkọ òun ní kóun gbé wá sílé láti wá kọlà fún. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ti jọ gbà pé àwọn máa wá kọlà fún nílé. So òun wálé. Ọ̀rọ̀ ta lábẹ́ yẹn abá lóde ayé ni. Tí wọn ò bá sì kọlà ó máa ṣe wọ́n ṣùtà ń pa obìnrin mi. Yíbò ẹ̀ máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n yíbò ẹ̀ dábẹ́ wọn ò bá gbọ́mọ kó náà wọn ò lè bímọ. Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá tẹnu bá ká bímọ rẹ̀ ìrọ̀rùn ni. Obìnrin kan ni wọ́n ní ṣeré ń di àrò bó ṣe bímọ síbẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ìdí àrò wọn ní àwọn á bímọ síbi ìdí iná ni. Ṣùgbọ́n gbà tẹnu ti ká ń kọ́. Ẹnu ọ̀ká wa mọ́ náà ni jàǹbá yẹn fi ń wá ayé jù àkọlà mọ́.
Ours is a tradition that silences girls, that claims to know what's best for the younger ones and do not as such give deep thoughts to child rights. Could this be child abuse, you ask? What's more, if not? I remember as a child, you couldn't talk where adults were talking, even in family matters where decisions concerning you are being made. in Yoruba homes, or maybe Nigeria at large, or even Africa, this is considered a taboo. Has she the right to enjoy sex?
Kò yẹ kó yẹ pé ọkùnrin kan ló máa gbádùn. Ìgbádùn yẹn nígbà tí wọ́n jọ ń ṣe yẹn tó jọ ń ṣe ó yẹ káwọn méjèèjì máa gbádùn at the same time. Ṣùgbọ́n fún pẹ̀lú ìdálẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá a ti gbọ́ tá a ti rí a rí pé ọmọbìnrin tó ti kọlà abẹ́ kò lè ní enjoyment tó ẹni obìnrin tí ó kọlà abẹ́.
When we finished the training at Abuja, we were discussing. I met an Ijebu woman. When she was trying to illustrate how they enjoyed it, in fact, I felt very sorry for my life. Why did my parents disturb me from enjoying my husband and enjoying my life? Then I am just so stupid to the extent that I didn't reason. I still put my children, my female children, in the same dungeon.
Sometimes the parents take the child, they don't tell them where they're going to. And when they get to the place, one woman just put their hand and just try to pull out the clitoris by force. And then when the child is crying, when the child is struggling, you have some able-bodied men and women that will pin the child down. And then this old woman tries to make those cuts and all that on her. So that child will never get to trust the parents anymore.
Our experience in trying to get young girls to talk is not one I want to recount. We got just 2 girls at the end of the day, and they admitted to being told that they were mutilated. They do not know when this was done on them, and they cannot, as a result, recount how it felt or even feels. They were simply too young to protest when it was done, even if they had known it was wrong. Apparently, the message of the complete eradication of female genital mutilation has been told these communities, as they need to conceal the truth made clear to us. In fact, it is a criminal offense, and it is well understood by the people.
Ìgbà tí wọ́n ti kéde ìyálọ́jà gbogbogbò ó ti wá tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ wípé ńlá o wọ́n ní kí wọ́n má kọlà abẹ́ mọ́ o. Ó sọ láti ìpinnu sàlẹ́ńdẹ̀ yẹn ó sọ dókè wípé tó wọ́n ní ẹ má kọlà abẹ́ mọ́ o, ẹni tó bá kọlà abẹ́ fóbìnrin wọ́n ó mú o. Ó sọ báyẹn láti gbà náà àwọn ò tí ì ṣàkíyèsí ẹnìkankan yìí pé lámọ̀ yín báyìí kọlà fún ọmọ obìnrin wọ́n ó mú àgbọ̀.
But the battle isn't over, and the perpetrators might have gotten wiser.
Lóòótọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ti ṣe òfin fún àwọn tí wọ́n bá tún kọ ìlà abẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n òfin yẹn ètí ìmúlẹ̀ kò ètí ìdúnlẹ̀ rárá. Tá a bá lọ fún awareness náà la máa ń sọ fún wọn. Ó yẹ kí wọ́n máa irú àwọn òfin yẹn tàbí kán ní ètò lórí rédíò nígbà gbogbo, lórí tẹlifíṣàn nígbà gbogbo tí ó máa mú wá sí ìrántí àwọn èèyàn láwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n bá ń gbọ́. Òfin yẹn gan tí àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní ìgbèríko gangan ni wọ́n sì lè fi kọ́ àwọn èèyàn tí ó fi wà létí wọn. Ẹ wo irú àpẹẹrẹ tí mo mú wá ńgbà tá a lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn tailor, àwọn ránṣọ ọmọ kékeré tí wọ́n gbé lọ́wọ́ wọn ti kọlà abẹ́ fún. That was last year. So wọ́n kọlà abẹ́ fún ìjọba ò mú yín. Tẹ́ bá tún kọ ọmọbìnrin kan wá dìde pa bó làwọn ti á ṣe màmá mo ní déètì òní fọkànbalẹ̀ àwọn ọkọ̀ rìpọ́ọ̀tù wa fúnjọba ṣùgbọ́n èyí tẹ́ bá tún ṣe lẹ́yìn rẹ̀.
One of the high points for me is the plea made by Baba Olola, Mr. Fasasi, where he apologized for the wrong of the past. I figured this might bring some closure to someone who wonders and questions in silence.
Tíjọba gbé wá láti rí pé láti má máa kọlà abẹ́ fún ọmọbìnrin mọ́ ó jẹ́ ètò tó dáa. Mo sì fẹ́ tọrọ àforíjì lọ́wọ́ ọmọ Nàìjíríà àti Ọ̀yọ́ state pé fún àwọn tí a ti kọ́ fún kí wọ́n dáríjì wá. A ṣiṣẹ́ fún àìmọ̀ láfi ṣe ó àìmọ̀ ni tó pé ó ti kó ìnira bá ọ̀pọ̀pọ̀ obìnrin kò jẹ́ kí àwọn obìnrin kó lè ní ìbálòpọ̀ tó bó ti yẹ tó pẹ̀lú ọkọ wọn. ìtàwọn àwọn tó sì kọlà náà confess nígbà tá à ń ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí pé tí wọ́n àwọn ọkọ̀ bá meet àwọn tí ì bá jẹ́ pé ó di bí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrin làwọn ṣe mọ̀ pé ọkọ̀ àwọn ọkùnrin meet àwọn so kí àwọn tá a ti kọ́ fún kí wọ́n dájú wá.
By the way, have you ever checked your vagina? Do you consider the mirror a friend of your vagina? Do you have a clitoris? Or do you even know what a clitoris looks or should look like? On Friday, the 31st of January 2020, I checked my vagina again. What was I looking for? Well, I saw it. I needed to be sure, so I called my mother. She said, "We circumcised all of you," meaning it was widely practiced on babies when I was born. She quickly added, "But they said it is not good anymore." There my answers lied. I didn't know if I was to cry or not. I just said to her, "Mommy, I forgive you all. I already did even before I called. I just wanted to know. I just needed somebody to confirm to me." Nigeria has the highest absolute number of cases of female genital mutilation in the world. The practice is undignified to the women folks. It has brought shortened expectation of ecstasy, severe bleeding, pain and shock, infection, sometimes also leading to death, urination and menstrual obstruction, increased risk of urinary tract infections and HIV, mental health problems including post-traumatic stress disorder, sexual dysfunction, complications in pregnancy and childbirth, sometimes also leading to death.
So, when I came, I told my husband, it is not my own making. This is what I have been, sensitized now. I have been opened up to series of problems that female genital mutilation brings into the woman's life. So, and he said that since you have realized, have been able to manage you since all these days, I have to continue managing you.
One thing is certain, whether you know when it was performed on you or not, the deed is done. Your consent didn't matter, but it should matter now. It should matter now to stop the practice from affecting the unborn generation.
It's an evil, most especially in Africa and some parts of the Middle East. Whether it's type 1, whether it's type 2, whether it's type 3, whether it's type 4, even as innocent as using ultra to dab on the clitoris and all that, is an evil that should stop. And it's an evil that must stop. United Nations, World Health Organization, Society of Family Physicians of Nigeria, SOFPON, and World Organization of Sexual Health, we're all lending our voice. We are saying female genital mutilation must stop now.
Together we can fight this war. Our girls are suffering. Even in this age, even in this time, even at this point in time, even as I speak, some girl out there is about to undergo the process of circumcision.
A lè sọ pé kò lè dópin. A lè sọ pé kò dópin. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ìkẹ́ mi bẹ́lẹ̀ tó jẹ́ nǹkan gidi tó yẹ kíjọba gan bá wa ṣe. Ọ̀rọ̀ tàbí tí kinní tí wọ́n ń sọ ni àgbà fọ́lọ́run ni. Ẹ sì tóbi lọ́wọ́ wa torí pé àwa la sọ pé kẹ́ ẹ kàwé. Àwa la sọ pé kẹ́ ẹ kàwé. Kò sí ohun tẹ́ ẹ lè gbé wá tí ò ní jẹ́ déédéé ara wa. Èyí tẹ́ ẹ gbé wá yà gbà pé ó jẹ́ déédéé ara wa a sì gbà fọ́lọ́run.
Ìgbèkùn yìí gbogbo wa la gbọ́dọ̀ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti wí pé kí a mú kúrò nínú ìgbésí ayé àwọn ìran tí ń bọ̀, gbogbo àwọn wàhálà tí àwa ń kojú yìí, gbogbo àwọn ìjà tó yà ń dílẹ̀ láàrin ọkọ àtìyàwó yìí, àìríbáṣepọ̀ dáadáa náà ló ń dá sílẹ̀. So kí àwọn ìjọba wa kan túbọ̀ tiraka láti lọ àwọn tí wọ́n ń lò ní gbèríko kó máa mú kóríyá fún wọn fífi ìdán obìnrin sílẹ̀ láì gé ó jẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ obìnrin, ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọnìyàn sì ni, tí ò sì yẹ kí a fi dùn wọ́n. Nígbà tí a bá gé, a fi ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀ dùn ni, kò sì dáa.
Let's all come together. Let's have one voice. Let's return the shame to the society and fight against this act. For me, unapologetically, I stand strongly against female genital mutilation.
What will you concede that he hasn't done well, considering his 3-point agenda when he was coming into office?
There are some that he has succeeded to a large extent. There are some where he has succeeded very well. There are some that have question marks. Not for lack of trying,
Yes.
not for lack of effort, but because the challenges became multifarious and greater than was envisaged. No government solves all the problems in a country.
Join me every week on PlusTvAfrica and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guests today, guests today are two young men who are lighting the path, charting the way for the next generation of Nigerians who, in a short while, will be fully in charge of running our society. To my left is Joshua Alabi. You're welcome, Joshua. And then to my right, even though both of them are sitting in front of me, is Aniefio Iyan. You're welcome too. Now, these gentlemen are involved in an organization called Kinenso Concepts, right?
Yes.
Now, they will tell us what Kinenso is all about. So Joshua, you're the founder.
Yes, I am.
What's Kinenso?
Kinenso means what are you saying, or what is he saying?
Okay.
And for us, it's about what we want to say as young people. Many years ago, we thought that Nigeria is a country that is very rich, not just rich in culture and tradition, and with all the languages that we have, we're rich in talent, young people, creativity. So above all the news around Nigeria about how young people are into all sorts, as young people within this same generation, how do we change this narrative? What do we want to say? How do we say it? So that's how we found Kinenso.
Kinenso. What's the platform that you're using to propagate these ideas?
So our platform is basically the creative industry, film and theater, and that we have done from what I would say successfully, and we are still pushing more. We want the world to hear our voices. We have something that we know that the world needs to hear. We are telling our own story, original story. So we want the world to hear us. We want the world to see us from a different perspective. I'll just quickly chip this in. We did a project called Imagination TV, and it was all about how do we see each other? So when you call Nigeria, how are we seen outside? Some people think Africa is a country. Some people don't even know Nigeria exists. So we are always out there telling these stories.
Okay. So now, Joshua, why did you guys choose that platform, the platform of theater, of film, of acting and all that? Why?
So I would like to say theater. Firstly, Kinenso is more of a theater organization. We do quite a lot with documentaries and all of that. Still, when you watch all our works, it's still from theater. And why did we choose theater? Because theater is where the live action is. There is no cut. It has a power of its own. It provokes you, the audience, into doing something. Someone is in front of you, acting in a very intense way. You need that feedback. That person needs to feed on you while you're feeding on the person at the same time. The synergy that it creates. So that's why we chose the platform of theater and film and documentaries.
All right. So both of you have backgrounds in theater arts.
Yes.
So you're classmates or something?
Okay. So, yes, we're classmates, and I like to tell the story how we started Kinenso.
Kinenso now.
In 2010, thereabout, I was in Unilag, Creative Arts Department. I came to study theater. And I had tried this years before then. I was in UI theater department. I left there, went to LASU theater department. It didn't work out until I got to Unilag. And we were about 150 in my class.
That's a large class.
Large class. Few months or about a year later, I realized that every other person, all 149 people, had come to Unilag to study something else. Either to study law or philosophy or mass comm or something else. Only one
original theater arts
student. So because they didn't meet the cutoff, the usual thing, they were all dumped into the department. And it was obvious the way they did things, the way they handled the assignments and practical works. And for me also, even though many of them didn't know I was a student until after 2 years.
How come? Stop. How come you didn't know he was a student?
Okay, so Joshua is that one person that you look for in class. So for me, I didn't know he was even a student.
You thought he was probably
I thought he was
a graduate assistant?
Yes, so someone that just come and work with lecturers and leave. Yeah, so that's it.
What was in that bag?
Everything. My toothbrush, my clothes for the next few days, soap, food, books. Yes,
Why
just
did
anything.
you live like that?
Well, I didn't know. So I enjoyed carrying my bag, and because of the nature of my work, I would probably leave school to another film set, to another rehearsal. So I'll end what I need to do maybe around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. midnight that same day, and I can't go back home, so I just have to crash somewhere around or that same place. So it was just really easy for me to get things done.
And your parents didn't complain?
I wasn't even living with my parents. I had left my parents since about age 13, 14, thereabout.
Oh, really? So it was easy for you to just be yourself?
Yes, it was.
No qualms?
No qualms at all. They also didn't know what was going on. I had left my dad's house because he didn't want me to study theater. He kicked against
I wanted to hear that now.
He didn't want me to study theater.
What did he want you to study?
He wanted me to be an accountant.
Oh.
So he did all he could. But also, my passion for theater, my passion for telling stories, came from my mom. My mom then, even though a very devout Christian, but she was a choir mistress, a fashion designer. She played the instrument. So everything my mom did, I learned because we're also very close. And I still do.
Wow.
I make a lot of things. I can make soap. They laugh at me sometimes that what can't I do? I make so many things. I can do so I can make money from so many things. But then I would go with my mom to the village. She used to attend the different festivals, the Shango festival. Her father was a Shango worshipper and was the Olode. So he would pull tricks and magic, and I fell in love with the whole color, costume, music, dance, the gun shooting. Everything was just really interesting to me, and that was where the passion for telling stories, for acting, for performing.
We will come back to you and your mom, because you just revealed something that's very, very interesting and key in the process of development of a person. Right now, and if you're in your case, his bag attracted you, or what?
Yes.
How easy was it for you guys to hit it off?
Well, it was quite easy for us to hit it off because I saw someone with fire. I saw someone with passion. And for one, I was not one. I didn't come to study theater in the first place.
What was your original interest?
My original interest was law. I came to study law, and unfortunately, I always say fortunately, I fall short 2 cut-off marks. I think 3 off law. I was angry. I was pissed because at the time I could study any other course in the University of Lagos, even medicine, apart from law. So I said, I'm going to do JAMB again. I need to study law. And they said, come, this guy, no waste time, now high cut-off, go find something study.
Okay.
So I went back, I said, okay, I'll do a change of course. And they convinced me that 1 year you can go back and study law if you don't like it. And I found myself there.
And 1 year in?
And 1 year in,
you
and
were
I'm
fully
like,
in.
okay, I don't think that this young man can be serious in court anyway. So, and when I saw him, he had this drive, he had this passion, like, he made me believe you can actually make a living out of being a theater practitioner.
That's good.
That was what I saw. I'm like, okay, you have the fire. You know what? Let me join you. Let me bond with you. Let's do this together.
That was to burn or to bond.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break here now. When we come back. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations on this channel. My 2 guests, 2 wonderful young men. Let me simply call them Joshua and Inefiok, right? Yes. I got that right?
Yes.
Very good. Before we took the break, you were talking about your mom and her influence on you when it comes to the development of the theater. bug in you. You said she is a devout Christian, but still related with her father, who was a Shango worshipper and the head hunter of the community. Which community was that?
Modakeke in
Osun State. Okay. Now, how were you able to balance those different belief systems that you saw?
For me, it wasn't totally different. Firstly, I was in love. I was all out for the fun and the depth of it. The music in church, I would sing, I would play the harmonica, I would perform, act in drama, work and with people, with other young people. Same thing in the village. The people would work together, would sing together, make clothes, and there was the performance bit. So for me, it was more about the performance and the engagement, how the people work together to have fun.
You said something about making clothes.
Yes, they made clothes. They made their costumes. Okay. All the hunters and I remember I used to meet with some of the Unifas. Then they used to make their own clothes, tying the beads, dye some of them, and it was fun. It was entertaining.
So it was like a hands-on thing for you.
Yes, it was a hands-on thing for me, and I didn't totally understand the depth of
there was some mystery to what
the mystery, yes, and the depth of this is Christianity, it was the same thing. I only remember that then my dad used to kick against my mom taking me there because he saw how engrossed and yes, I was with this thing. I didn't know there had to be, you had to choose one, Christianity or this. But I think on the long run, both have built me. I mean, I believe I'm a Christian, but at the same time, I understand culture and I love it, and I use my culture to tell religious stories sometimes.
So many years after, do you still relate with your granddad?
Yes, I mean, even though they are all late now.
Yes.
But yes, I really do. There's an aspect of them in everything that I do.
That you do. That's very good. Now, he was the one that brought you into all of this. But since you got into it, what has it been like for you?
Since I got into it, for me, I tell people that I couldn't have made it as a lawyer.
Wow.
Yes, I tell people that because for me, this is an expression. It allows you to, what I would say, impersonate any character that you want to be. It gives you the freedom to express yourself. So we have the liberty to go on stage and look the politician in the eye and tell him that you're corrupt. And he can't do anything about it.
Yes.
So for me, that freedom that I enjoy is what I value the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if we were to count in Nigeria, maybe about 5,000 to 10,000 just alone. But we've worked in other countries. We've worked in several African countries, Rwanda, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Angola, Egypt, and so much more. But in Nigeria, we have a festival called KIFT. With that festival, we engage at least a minimum of 5,000 students.
You said
and teachers. KIFT, K-I-F-T.
Oh, okay.
Kenyatta International Festival of Theatre. So we create works for children aged 0 to 2, 2 to 7, 7 to 14.
When does that hold?
It holds every November.
Oh, okay.
November every year, and we bring in international facilitators, workshops. We engage the teachers with psychologists on how best to teach children and teenagers. So in the area of arts, we teach young people, we teach secondary school, primary school children, and then we also work with communities. We have a series of trainings. There's also something called the lab. So there's Bariga Lab, Oregon Lab, Ikeja Lab, where we teach young people on hands-on skills, photography, animation, and different things. We also teach business of creativity. So it's quite a lot that we do. And we work with communities as well on our advocacy project, our Theatre for Development. We research a lot. We work with some of the NGOs, and it's quite a large community.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about your Bariga experience. How did you, coming from your background, and then ending up in Bariga?
It was, I mean, that's also part of how the second beat of how Kennesaw was formed. I'd always been curious about, asking questions and wanting to know things. So I found myself in Bariga. I like to, express it that way. I had lived in Ogba and then to Alagbado. And even that area of Alagbado, my father built his house. It still felt like we were living in our own interesting space. We had everything. And then I went to Bariga, smelling, kids. And then Bariga was very, one of the most violent places in Lagos. You would go to the downtown, you would go to down Ilaje or Sosa. You'd find young people with guns and, so on. It was terrible for me. I joined a theater company there, and we were always in constant battle, constant confrontation with the street talks. The street, with the streets, and then with the artists. We were the only people who could face them, we had no guns, but we would take our performance to the street or to their base and then begin to dance and begin to do some poetry. And they would get angry, scream. They couldn't harm us because while they were trying to recruit some young people, we were also trying to recruit some young people. And that's how the art in Bariga has blossomed so much. And yes, in my quest to wanting to say something, to ask questions, that's how we formed Kimniso to say, what do we want to say? We want to say that Nigerians, young people in Nigeria can do better, can say, can be bold enough to look into the eyes of any leader and say, you're not doing it right, you have to do it right. How do we do that? Through theater.
No, the advocacy that grew out of that has led you to collaborate with a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. There's a particular play that you guys did recently.
Talk and Do.
Yeah, something like that.
Talk and Do was at Alliance Francaise in Lagos. It was also in Kano and Abuja. It was supposed to go to Edo and other states, but we couldn't due to COVID. With Talk and Do, we were dealing with addressing the issues of impunity, corruption and accountability amongst the leaders. So we brought in leaders from the police commission, from the police force, from the judiciary, from the Nigerian Bar Association, from other CSOs, from the community as well. We brought them all into a room, made this theater piece called Talk and Do. And for us, just the way the name sounds, it is what you say, do it, practice what you preach. So, and then we brought them, performed this piece that had to do with how they're treating issues of people with disability, issues of police brutality, the deteriorating judicial system, and all of these issues, real issues that happen. So we performed for them, and afterwards put them all in groups, including the artists, to have a conversation, to discuss what's the feedback, what's the commitment, what are we committing to do after this, what do we want to do better.
Okay. Now, when you look at such a performance, the curious mind in the public would say it's convenient for young people to point accusing fingers at the leadership. What are young people themselves doing? There's so much yahoo around. There's so much ritual killings around. There's so much of violence motivated by this get-rich-quick attitude. What would you say as a young person?
These issues, the issue of Yahoo ritual killings, I don't think and I don't believe they are issues that can be exhausted so quickly, because the root cause sometimes are just something that they are quite disturbing. Sometimes you look at the background, where some of these people are coming from, and then you look at the pressure that the social media is putting so many young people through, and these are some of the things that has driven so many young people. It has driven them. They say, you know what, I want to get rich quick. For me, I say it's greed. Like the popular saying, you want to chill with the big boys. You want to roll with the big boys.
Yes.
I mean, these are the things that drive most young people. when I was 18, I never dreamt of driving, I think 504.
Yeah.
I never dreamt of driving a 504. It was beautiful from afar.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
But all I knew is that the time was coming when I would drive a car.
Yes.
But not at that age. So what young people fail to do now is they fail to follow process. My father taught me to enjoy process. He said something that has never left me from when we were young.
What did he say?
He said, it is better for you when you're writing an exam. He said it's better for you to fail and fail honorably than for you to cheat and pass. So for each time in the university when I did a course and I failed, and people say, what did you? I said I failed it. I'll do it again. So that for me is a lesson that has and will never leave me as a person.
Sure.
Yes. So for me, I think these pressures in the society are those things that are driving young people. Process. Young people now don't want to follow process. They don't want to endure the process.
You know, carefully, when you say something like pressure from society, it sounds as though the home were being pushed out of that equation. What is society without the home?
Very true. The first place a child learns anything is the home.
Yeah.
I learned, my behaviors were built from my home. So the home is the first place that children learn, that young people learn. And it's so sad that some of these young people are put under pressure from the home. So many times I have a nephew that I've raised for a long time. And many times I would say to the mom, don't ever compare your son to someone else. Your son is your son.
Yeah.
If he gets this and that grade, he's your son. Don't tell him that, see, your friend is getting that grade and you're no. This is his grade. So whenever he comes back with his grades and I'm like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this. I say, wow, fantastic. This is good. But you know, I know you can do better. That's so. Let's strike a deal, make it better. I do not ever try to compare him with someone else.
So that's positive pressure.
Yes.
The negative one will come in the area of...
It's destructive.
Money.
Why? Yes, so why not be like this? So when young people see that, I mean, some parents, I have a friend whose mom would curse on her when she needs money. Just would do anything for her to give her money. And she often says, so this woman know how to get money. So those pressures most of the time would lead people to doing what they would not normally want to do.
There was a story I read of Professor Sam Aluko of blessed memory, who returned to Nigeria with his PhD and all that, got a job, and he went home with a car. And everybody in his village celebrated him and all that. In the deep of night, he said that his father and mother called him and said, where did you get money to buy that car? And he now smiled and told them, oh, that car is on loan, that he bought it on loan. These days, people buy cars and nobody's questioning them. Young people. Would you take a car home and your dad will welcome you?
I mean, let me say this. If I take a car home right now, my father, if he were to be alive, would still question me. Yes, he would still question me like, okay, so what do you do? What he's trying to do is, he's not saying that I cannot own a car now, but he's trying to vet, what do you do? Your job, is it able to get you this lifestyle at this particular point in time? But these are the things that some parents don't do. Some parents don't care. Our society right now, we've come to a stage where, you know what, just make it. We don't care how you make it. All we want to do is we want to celebrate you. Now the latest big boy be that.
So Joshua, where does that lead us?
It leads us into destruction.
But we don't want to be destroyed.
Yes, we don't want to be destroyed.
So what is Kineso going to do?
Kineso is actually doing a lot.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do more. With support, we believe we can do more. We've, over the years, touched almost everything that affects us as a people. aside treating the subject of malaria, of cancer, we did a research for about 2 years and came up with a script and a play and some short campaign on a work called Sniper. And Sniper focused on depression, mental health, suicide, why young people would rather just die rather than, I mean, I don't think when my parents or the older generation during their time, when they fail or when they're unable to buy the big cars, I mean, even though they were not even, the race wasn't even about to buy the big cars then, the race was to impress the family, impress the society, be the light of that, of that society. But they wouldn't die, they wouldn't jump off a cliff or into the river. But now, so Sniper tried to deal with the issues, and we met with families of people who have committed suicide or victims, and it was quite an intense project. So we touched the area of Sniper to let young people know that you're doing fine, choose life first, hard work, do not devalue hard work. Take responsibility. You fail, you try again, you move on. So with Sniper, we've done that, and with Join Body was Sorry and Join Body. We had a performance called Sorry before the election in 2019, and we had Join Body after the election. What Sorry did was, Sorry went to different stops in Lagos.
Stops? You mean bus stops?
Bus stop, yes. Ilaje bus stop. Obalende, Yanoba. We kept going from place to place around Lagos to perform to young people, market women, young and old, to let them know that their vote is their power. Even though you think you're old, Nigeria cannot give you anything. For those coming, they still need you to vote. So for young and old, we really interacted with a lot of street boys, Agbero, under the bridge. We were able to convince some of them. It was quite impressive working with them. With Join Body as well, we also looked at the aftermath of the election. Why violence? Why is that the way? Why do we, in the name of political party, break apart? How can we come together to decide and say, this person we've elected into office, you must be accountable. We must, as we were saying earlier, we must have your phone number. We must know what you're doing. We must be able to monitor the work that you've promised to do for us as a people.
No, the interesting thing is that on the one hand, society complains about young people feeling so entitled. On the other hand, the young people complain about the older generation, that they don't want to leave the scene. But can you say that the younger generation is prepared to take over?
No, we're not. We're not prepared to take over, and it is still it is pronounced in our body language, our attitude. We have a friend called Effective. He's a radio presenter. Effective now is vying for the, I think, House of Rep office, and he's finding it difficult to even bring his own friends to understand his vision and to support him. And we keep saying politics is for the old people, it's a dirty game. It will keep being dirty until we get involved. But to answer the question, we're not ready. And why do I think we're not ready? I think we're not ready because what we consume does not reflect a generation that wants change. What we consume in terms of content, in terms of in terms of our social behavior, even the economic behavior, it does not reflect it. We still reflect Nigeria is not working for me. The government has done nothing for me. So I either japa or I stay here and make it reach anyhow. And with that attitude, we really cannot do anything.
I totally agree with him. Young people, we are not ready. And the reason why I'm saying we are not ready is if we take a look at the lifestyle and we want to separate generations from one generation to another. Now, the values that our parents had as a generation is totally different from what we now see as values. So today, our lifestyle, we've all thrown away our values to social media. So the social media instructs most young people on what to do. And for me, I'm scared because I have little ones, younger ones, nephew, and I'm asking myself, is this what they are going to come up to see? We've seen 18 years, 17, 19, wanting to drive a car, wanting to use the kinds of phones.
No, well, he can drive. They can drive a car if they have access to the car.
Yes, but they want to buy. They want to buy a house. So I had a friend, a sad story. We left the village together, came to Lagos. He went to school, studied electrical and electronic engineering, University of Lagos. And when he came in, he was fascinated by the lifestyle. He saw young boys driving tinted cars. And the next thing was that he wanted to drive a tinted car. Wow. I was satisfied trekking to school. I was glad doing it. But he wanted to drive a car. And today he's no more.
No more.
So he bored for 2 years, like they say in our time, and he left the scene. So for me, this is a problem that our generation.
But how do we solve it? It can't be all that gloomy. There are still young people who are hardworking, who are dedicated, and who are committed to making a difference in society. Seems we're not hearing so much about them.
That's where I think for a generation that is prepared or that wants to show that we are prepared, we need to begin to celebrate those people, the people doing small things. We know a few of them. A lot of people don't. And it's not about the big things. It's about the small
things, yes.
The small, many things. We know Isaac in Ajegule. We know Shiwa Ubaju in Bariga, who started a free school.
Yeah.
He built by the seaside. He bought the land, I think about 250 per plot. He bought about 6 plots with wood, and him and his friends, they built the school. And all the children within that community, when you're driving on Third Mainland, that, the wooden part you see of Bariga, every child, now they have over 300 to 400 children from primary 1 till JS3, SS3 presently. And actually last year, some of them rode jam and bike, and they came out in flying colors.
That's the kind of story we should be telling.
Exactly.
Hold on. We'll take a break now, and when we're back, we'll continue that. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Before the break, we were talking about celebrating the members of the younger generation who are making positive waves. And you were talking about the free school. That's one Mr. Awubaju.
Yes,
Okay.
In Bariga. The school has about 300 to 400 children, and Sean has had to regularly find a way to raise funds to pay the teachers and for the children to attend the school for free. And now the government, the Lagos State government, has seen the good work they're doing, and they're looking at ways to help. There's also a Bolore initiative who built Chelsea Art Center and teaching every young person that's interested with initiative, painting, adire making for free.
Really?
Them to exhibit, also looking for platforms for them to exhibit anything they make and get it bought by people, and then thereby making money. So quite a lot of people, also at Kingsoft, we are also doing quite a lot with young people, and we should begin to celebrate.
So that's the thing you said about process. That to make money, there's a process. To make an impact in society, there's a process. The process doesn't need to be created by government, though.
Yes.
Because all this you said now were created by those young people who had the inspiration to want to do something. Now, the inspiration you guys have is being expressed in the area of advocacy, of theater, of the moving production that you move from one point to the other. However, what about getting involved in politics? Why are young people running away from politics? Why?
I think it's still that thing of that question of what has the government done for me? They fail to remember that the government is you and me, whether we like it or not. You know, call it whatever you want to call it. The government is still us, and until we can speak together, get engaged, and that's the way forward. No time for fence sitters anymore or back sitters. We want change. You said earlier, our generation, we don't have that focus. We don't have that ability to concentrate on one thing and put all our energy and effort into it to understand, to achieve the big picture. We believe that it starts now. It has to be successful now. It has to come out fine now. If it doesn't, then it's not the way. But getting involved in politics is the way to go now. And not just getting your PVC.
Yes, I was going to say, okay, so do you have a PVC?
Oh yes, I do have my PVC.
Okay.
And a long time ago, I changed my mind about politics being a dirty game.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Tell me the story.
About even if I vote or I don't vote, the person who's going to win will still win. So I changed my mind a long time ago. And it took me to the point that I left my house. I walked for like 30 minutes just to go and vote.
That's a very long trek.
Yes, I did it just to go and vote. And when my friends heard the story, they were like, Kushel, patriotic Nigeria, change maker. And I'm like, you know what? If we are all going to come out and say, you know, we are going to vote, it's going to make rigging an election very difficult.
Yes.
When people come out and vote, it makes rigging very difficult.
Yes.
But that's one point that we don't understand. And for young people going into politics, we always have the ideology that politics is a dirty game. So if you don't want to play dirty, don't go into politics. And this has also been a mindset that has been spread around even Christians and Muslims.
Yes.
People that say, oh, we are Puritans. We don't want to soil our hands in a dirty game. And I'm so glad that right now we've realized that we have made a mistake.
Yeah.
If you want to change things, then you need to be in the gathering where decisions are made.
Yes.
So if we don't get into politics, how do we even want to change these things in the first place? How do we even want to choose our own leaders? Someone was saying, oh, thank God I didn't vote. I said, thank God me, I voted. I might vote and my candidate does not win, the person I voted for.
Yeah.
But I have one thing. I voted for someone. That is my point. That is what I want to take home.
Yes, so now if we mobilize to get young people involved in politics, what should be the drive? For instance, the impact of social media was felt during the recent NSAS protests that took place majorly were firstly in Lagos, Abuja, and then spread to other cities or states in Nigeria. The mobilization was done majorly through and by social media. But the coordination of, okay, what to do beyond the protest failed. Because if you talk to government, if you talk to anybody who is in leadership, you call attention. They must have people to relate to. That didn't follow. A political party could have emerged from that protest. So as young people, what kind of examples can be set for your generation, by your generation?
So I would say that passion, that will and drive we had during the NSAS protest, if we continuously have that for another 8 years, then this real change will start. Our generation, we must understand that in everything we do, we must be willing to compromise. We must be willing to stoop to conquer. We held the nation for a week or more, and we could not make anything out of it. Why? Because we wanted to be louder than we were already. For me, at that point, I was saying, my opinion was, we could have gotten, we can't get the presidency, we can't get it. Not because we can't, but because we're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
So, Kosovo is a good example. But at least, if our generation had asked for seats in the House of Rep at that time, if we had asked for if we had taken major decisions, if we had asked for local government seats to, some local governments around Nigeria, because really that's what the change is. The change is not totally up there as far as I'm concerned. The change is the local government chairman who's doing interesting things in his community. So in Lagos, if we have 20 local governments or 15 filled up with young people, that's a great achievement.
Young people who are working.
Young people who are working, who have a vision.
Because there are young people who have already joined the old bandwagon.
Exactly. So I think that's the way to go. The way to go is not to bid for the biggest. The way to go is to bid for the many small, the councillorship, the House of Rep, the House of Assembly. That's what we need to start from, because those are the people actually making the law. Those are the people controlling that immediate environment. So for me, that's my recommendation.
That's what's yours?
For me, my recommendations would be that young people should learn to support people for a cause, not for my cause.
Okay.
So.
Or what's in it for me?
Yes, what's in it for me? If we are going to be working to build a nation, let's build a nation. For instance, I don't want to support a Joshua because when he gets there, he's going to give me all the contracts in the state. I want to support him because when he gets there, he's going to do what is right for the state.
Yep.
So that would be something. So I don't have expectations that, oh, I supported him, I gave him all my support because I wanted this and that from him. I'm supporting him for the greater good. And then young people should also learn to use the social media to their advantage. We have used the social media for every other thing right now, and for more negative things than positive things. I think we should be able to use the social media now for more positive things.
Yeah.
The social media is a platform for people to converse, air your opinions, and all of that. Why not use it positively? If I'm to run for a position now, I have a platform of the social media to campaign. I have the platform of the social media to tell people, this is my dream, this is my vision, this and this is what I want to do. So let's use that platform well. Let's not abuse it.
I'm smiling now because of what you just said, and realizing that a lot of people on social media make noise. Many of them don't have PVCs. And whether we like it or not, we need to keep up the campaign for PVCs, because that's when the statement, your vote is your power, makes sense. You can't vote without a PVC. And many young people deliberately are not enrolling to have their PVCs. Is Keenan doing anything in that regard?
Yes, we're doing quite a lot though. Of course, we have our pieces, and jokingly last week at the office, I was saying, how can we? I want to create a TV show. How can we gather people that are our own personal people, about 1,000 people, to get their PVC and vote through a prank, because we watch prank videos everywhere. And then I was just thinking randomly like, okay, at least if I begin to count people from my church, people I know from all sorts, everywhere, I should be able to get at least 500 people that I know. My WhatsApp, I have over 3,000 people on my WhatsApp. So how can we get them all to have their PVC? Let me cook up a lie that I'm vying for a position. They will want to vote for me. I mean, well, maybe not vote for me, but I know the 500 that would respond to my call when I make the call that I want to have a meeting, and they will come. Have your PVC. So these are some of the things we're thinking of. We're also thinking of creating the ideal Nigeria, the ideal future, because we know that that's the power of storytelling. Mm-hmm. Tell people for something over time, let them hear it over time, let them see it over time. It begins to register in their consciousness. How can we create a campaign where we no longer show the sad Nigeria, the pain in Nigeria? How can we begin to show police as what they should be? How can we begin to show our schools, the education system, as what it should be? How can we show in pictures, in stories, how can we show justice being delivered on time? So these are some projects that we're thinking of that would help young people to change the mindset, to change their perspective of things, and take charge of the political space.
Now, you said something about there being money in theater, in the dramatic arts and all that. How do you rate the coming of Netflix to the Nigerian space? How? The impact you think it's had or it's having and could even further have on the income?
Okay, so I would say it's a good development. We should always expect change to come. And why I'm saying it's a good development is coming into this space, we now have the opportunity to meet these people one-on-one. And if I have a work that is good, I now have a platform. I can always run around and try to get them to see it. Yeah. It might be difficult, but just the fact that they are there gives me that hope that, guys, you know what? Let's just keep doing this thing. Yeah. One day, they are going to see it. So for me, it's a good development. And of course, it's good money. It's good money for the pocket.
Are you planning anything towards being able to tap into the Netflix money?
Yes.
Or let's say Netflix opportunity?
Opportunity. Yeah. Yes, actually, since 2020, we've been talking to a distributor who's also on the Netflix, who's also a Netflix consultant, who sources for films and so on. And we haven't, not that we haven't found the ideal story yet, but we personally, I would say, I don't know what it is. We have great stories. We have great work. We have great stories, scripts already, stories. But maybe the time hasn't come. Yeah. That's how I believe. That's how I say it. That when the time is right, the right content will find the right platform.
That's what he said about process again. That it takes time.
Yes.
You prepare for it. When the opportunity comes, then to say it in the parlance of the younger generation, you blow.
I just want to say this in light of this, what we're discussing. Maybe it would make sense or help anybody to understand what we mean better. Since we started Kineso in 2011, our dream has always been to, yes, tell stories across Nigeria, but be that organization that would employ 90% theater graduates and take them around the world, make money, get exposed, gain more knowledge, and so on. And from the first year until the third or fourth year, we kept trying, we kept contacting universities abroad that have data departments, and it wasn't working. And the first opportunity, second opportunity, we were slammed this time. It didn't work. And after the second one, while planning for the third one, we told ourselves, we discussed, we said, this will be the last time. This will be the last time. And indeed it was the last time. And we moved it to the point where the embassies in Nigeria are the ones who then look for opportunities for us abroad to say, we found this or we know these guys. We want you to come do something with them. So the process never fails.
That's the power of process.
Yes.
Right? And taking your time preparing, not giving up at all. Now, with the experience you've had now, you started some almost 11 years ago, and respectively between you, each one of you will be anything between 30-something and 40, right? In about 10, 15 years' time, you'll be about 50 or a little older. They'll start calling you old man. What do you see yourselves doing in the next 10, 15 years?
I see myself still telling stories, but most mainly teaching.
Okay.
I apologize for using this word. I hate the way the system of teaching and training in Nigeria. It's like a war zone. So that's why I train, that's why I facilitate workshops quite a lot, from team bonding to any other thing. In 10, 15 years' time, I want to keep training, I want to keep developing people in different fields, not just arts, in business of creativity, in different art forms. People need to be able to not just communicate effectively, but through the arts, through this training, know where they want to go, know what is right for them.
All right, so Anifa?
I'm not going too far from that.
Yeah.
And the reason why I would say teaching, training people is so far we are products of people that have gone ahead of us. Even though we don't have the opportunity to really learn from as much people as we would love to. That's why I would say teaching. I want to be able to open my doors and have 50 people, 100 people who say, you know what, I actually learned from this guy, and he's a great guy. And for me, it's a ripple effect. When you teach people, you are giving them a part of yourself that you don't get back. And when you teach them, they teach others who teach others. So it's a ripple effect.
So that's like you're both committed to giving back to society.
Yes.
For the opportunities you have had.
Yes.
Before we go, I'd like to say to both of you that you're such an inspiration.
Thank you.
You are. And you show that there is really hope for our country and society. But I want each one of you to look into the camera and say to your generation what you want them to do. Joshua?
Okay. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Know that if you have a sister, if you have a brother, they are looking up to you, and you can't do things for them because you want it in return. So if you open up that mindset and do it for everybody, for the greater good, then things will change. Those things you want will change.
And Anifa?
Wow. I would say to my generation, life is a process. So endure the process or enjoy it and wait for your time. Your time will surely come. And don't ever forget, in whatever you do, a good name is better than riches.
Yes, and it's been a wonderful time with these two gentlemen, Joshua Labi, and Aniefio Iyang of Kiniso Concept Productions, right? Yes. I have enjoyed myself, and you have really lifted up my spirits and hopes about the younger generation in Nigeria. Until the next time on this program, it's been nice having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV News now, APC convention is ongoing in Abuja. Another tragedy in Kaduna as explosion hits. Heavy smoke rises after rocket strikes hit Lviv. Hello and welcome. Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi. This is the news now. About a year and 9 months after its National Working Committee, NWC, was dissolved, the stage is set for the APC to finally hold its national convention. The convention is taking place at the Eagle Square in the FCT. President Muhammadu Buhari arrived at the convention ground at exactly 8:23 p.m. It was scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Joining us now live from Abuja is Emmanuel Ehijene, PlusTV political correspondent. Glad to have you, Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel will join us in the course of the bulletin. Now, the Southwest Unity list for the 2022 APC National Convention has been released. In the list, a former governorship candidate of the PDP in Osun State, Iyola Omishore, was nominated as the National Secretary of the APC. 12 other APC members were nominated in the list, a copy of which was signed by the 5 Southwest governors. Omishore officially defected to the APC in February 2021. Joining us now at this hour is Mr. Jide Ojo, is a political analyst. Good to have you, Mr. Jide.
How are you?
I'm very well. I'm fantastic. Thank you. And you?
I'm good.
Okay. I want to believe you've been following proceedings at the convention ground.
Definitely.
Okay. Let's have your outlook on the whole event so far. What's your outlook?
Well, the good news is that the All Progressive Congress has commenced the process of having its national convention that has been postponed 4 times. Initially, it was scheduled to be on in December 2021. Then it was shifted to February 5th, 2022. From February 5th, it was again shifted to February 26th. And ultimately, today, as we speak, the convention is underway. And again, not surprisingly, as it is wont with many of our political parties, the consensus option B is seen as the only tool for election that is being explored by APC. This is not surprising considering the fact that in the last 2 previous conventions, the one that brought in former Governor Odige Iwegun as the national chairman, it was through consensus. The one that brought us Adams Oshiomhole also was done by consensus. Now, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former governor of Nasarawa State, is tipped to be the next chairman of APC. Yesterday, we saw a letter being circulated by Senator George Akume, former governor of Benue State, saying that the 6 other aspirants have stepped down and have adopted Senator Adamu Abdullahi as the consensus national chairman. And as you just read in the bulletin, the Southwest has also come up with their own unity list. And surprisingly, Senator Iyola Omishore is being tilted as the secretary. But that in itself, this unity list has also deemed to be disuniting APC in the Southwest, because I've worked the former communications minister, that's what is his name now? The communications minister before Pantami, who is from Oyo State, saying that they disagree with the unity list, and that the position of the secretary of APC that was zoned to the Southwest should have been given to Oyo State, given the fact that Oyo State does not have a governor of APC. But anyway, politics is about negotiations, and negotiations and conflict management and all of that. But my prayer is that at the end of this convention, at the dawn tomorrow, the party will be united rather than being disunited as a result of this consensus option, which they are pushing down the throats of all the aspirants.
Okay,
Tolu, if I will say, I have issues with the consensus option, considering the fact that these people have paid to purchase and procure the nomination forms. And you know, for governorship election, for governorship aspirants under APC, 20 million was collected from each of the aspirants. From the deputy national chairman, 10 million and all of that. So if you know you are going the consensus option, you should just have told all the zones to come up with their unity list, and so people don't waste their resources procuring forms. Because at the end of the day, money used in procuring funds from the political parties are non-refundable. So who is going to refund those people you have coerced or pressured to accept the opinion of the party leaders in fostering consensus, more like imposition that we are seeing in APC. But we'll see what happens in the coming days after the convention anyway.
Okay, now, two things I quickly want to ask you. It's a good thing that you've mentioned your position on the consensus system in the APC so far. The same system brought in, the same system brought in Adams Oshiomhole, now Abdullahi Adamu. Okay, so you think it's an imposition, that's your position, right? That it's more of an imposition than a unity arrangement or a united front?
Exactly. For the fact that there are disgruntled elements within the party who are not happy with the so-called consensus. If you, as a newsmaker, you possibly have read position of many of the big wigs in APC saying that the president just came during the meeting with all the aspirants and just said all of them should step down for Adamu Abdullahi, and that there was no consultation, and that it was more like they were being dictated to. And like I said, my issue with consensus option, much as, if you go by the dictionary meaning of consensus, it means unanimous decision, something that was agreed to by all those who are involved, whether they are party members or associates or whatever. When you say this is consensus, this is a collective position. But situations where you have people with dissensions, people who are saying, I was not carried along, this is unfair to me, this is unfair to my aspiration, then it's no longer concession but imposition.
I get your point there, but then what's in it for Mr. President if he's now imposing, as you say, going by your word, if he's imposing a candidate on them, what's in it for him? Because at the end of the day, 2023 is not running anymore. He's not running for president. So what could be his interest?
Well, the interest is for the party to remain in power at the center. This is just about central politics. Don't forget, yes, you are right, he's not running in 2023, but he wants to leave a legacy that the party will still be in power at the center and that they are able to win many more states than they did in 2019. Right now, APC has 22 plus half. They have been the deputy governor of Anambra State, who defected ahead of the November 6, 2021 governorship election. So 22 plus 3 out of 36, they want to have the entire 36 state governorship, and even possible all the 109 senators and 360 House of Reps members. That would be a tall order. The bottom line is that the president may have his preference why he wanted Adamu Abdullahi, but I feel that our political parties should not be shying away from holding elections. Because this is not peculiar to APC. It's the same way that leaders, the National Working Committee members of PDP, the one that of Senator Iyocha Ayu, that's the same way they also did their thing. So it's a national political culture in Nigeria that political party leaders do not want to go into elections. They just want the easy way out, which is imposition or anointing candidates to succeed them. But by and large, you asked the question. Unfortunately for APC, there's no luxury of time for reconciliation, because as they are concluding this convention, in the next couple of weeks, they have to come out with their party primary timetable. PDP had already scheduled this presidential primary for May 28th, and they have between first week in April and first week in June to nominate their candidates. So the jostling for power now is that, you know, whoever loses out at this convention may as well have lost out in their ambition to get the party ticket, because these people who are being elected this evening will be the one that will superintend over the conduct of party primaries. And that's why you see all of this jostling, to be sure that their own persons are there, so that when they will be forming committees that will go to states to conduct primaries, it will be committees that will be populated by their cronies and their hirelings and their funds. But that's the nature and character of politics globally. The bottom line is that I wish APC well, and that I hope this convention, the aftermath of it, will be that the party will be more united rather than disunited.
You just landed, because I was coming there. Now, before this convention, right, APC, just like PDP as well, APC had its crises. And then you think the national president, whoever emerged as a national president, will have his job cut out for him, beginning with trying to unite the party. Now, this convention, with their arrangement of consensus, going by your word, do you think whoever emerges, well, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, if he becomes the national president, do you think he'll be making more enemies or more friends within the ranks and files of the party?
Well, it will depend largely on how he carries himself and his National Working Committee members. Adamu Abdullahi is not strange to party politics. He was a two-time governor of Nasarawa State. Yeah. He was, he's a serving senator. He was the secretary of the Board of Trustees of PDP, and was a PDP governor when he was the governor. But the surprising thing is that this man, when they say PDP misrule of 16 years, this man is coming from PDP to govern or to chair APC. So when APC is castigating PDP for misrule and ruination of the country for 16 years, they should know that their new party chairman is part of that rot. Is part of those who brought Nigeria to the sorry past. Because there is no way you will exonerate Adamu Abdullahi as a former governor from whatever rot is currently being experienced by Nigeria, given the fact that even Fashola, when he was speaking on one of the national TV yesterday, was talking of, PDP's 16 years of misrule. Now, if you are bringing in those who spend the better part of their political life in this fourth republic from PDP to now be the national chairman of APC, then you ask yourself, what's the difference between PDP and APC? The difference is that you see between 6.5 dozen. But what will confer is seeming advantage on Adamu Abdullahi is the fact that he is chairman of the Reconciliation Committee of APC. For some months now, he's been going around the country to try to reunite the party after the fallout, the fractious and rancorous congresses that were held in APC by the World Local Government and State Congress that were held last year, which has resulted to over 200 litigations. So he's been the one trying to reconcile them. So he has his job cut out for him. It will just need to continue with the reconciliation effort. But what I'm saying is that there is no luxury of time. It's either they fast track the reconciliation, otherwise they are going to have to start preparing for the party primaries in earnest. And that in itself, the way they manage the party primaries will determine whether there will be no mass defection from APC to other opposition parties.
Okay, Mr. Jide, now, Senator Abdullahi Adamu coming from PDP and playing such pivotal roles in that party, and then coming to be the egghead of APC. What visible change should Nigerians expect from this party then?
I really don't know. I'm not a member of APC, neither am I a card-carrying member of any of the political parties. He will have to tell us in his acceptance speech, which will come in due time. I know the usual sound bites. I will reunite. I will ensure. I will do this. I will do that. But talk is cheap. What Nigerians want to see is that the party leadership under Adamu Abdullahi, if what we read in the media is anything to go by, will not only reunite reconcile the different factions of APC, but will be more concerned about getting the Nigeria working, because governance deficit is currently the norm in Nigeria today. There's a lot of governance deficit. You possibly, Tolu, have read about the invasion of Kaduna International Airport by bandits in broad daylight this afternoon. Where do we go from here? If bandits can ravage an international airport and people are here in Eagle Squad jubilating and singing and dancing, when we should be having a national day of mourning, because a life was lost in that invasion of the Kaduna airport this afternoon. We learned a Nema, or is it Nama, personnel died in the attack by bandits. This didn't take place during midnight or during the wee hours of the day. It took place during broad daylight. And, that tells you the magnitude of security challenge that the country currently goes through. So Abdullahi Adamu should not just concern himself with organizing party primaries and ensuring that APC comes back to power in 2023, but he needs to also get involved in strategizing on how to overcome the national security challenge. Scores of people are being murdered in southern Kaduna with a lot of abductions going on, and that's what has built up to the invasion of the Kaduna airport. And so Kaduna is just 2.5 hours away from Abuja, and we should be more concerned. There is still fuel scarcity here in Abuja. Yeah. We still have a lot of governance challenge. So the cost of living is spiraling, skyrocketing. So we need to face that governance challenge. So the job of Adamu Abdullahi-led National Working Committee will not just be to organize credible party primaries or to superintend over the so-called biggest party in Africa, but should also get involved in finding solutions to the myriads of economic and social challenges that Nigeria currently faces.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajide. Can you do me a favor? My last question, can you answer in about 30 seconds or 40 seconds, in less than a minute? Okay, if the president is so interested in who becomes the national chairman of the party, could that be a signal to his vested interest in who succeeds him? Is there, could that be a gambit in trying to point to a successor somewhere, or edge?
Exactly. If you recall, in his last media chat with I think Nigeria Television Authority, he did say that he has a preferred candidate to succeed him, but he will not reveal their identity because he doesn't want them to. He doesn't want the enemies to kill the guy before time. So he definitely has his own preferred anointed candidate.
So is it trying
which
to
we
hedge?
will
Sorry
see.
to cut in. Is it trying to hedge out someone or trying to support a particular candidate? Whom do you suspect?
I don't suspect anyone. He's keeping the identity close to his chest.
Okay.
There could be rumors everywhere. One thing is guaranteed: whether he supports or he didn't support, I am for Igbo presidency in 2023.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
if
very
he
much.
decides to choose to support anybody,
Thank you.
well, so be it. He has his preference. His right. He has the right to have his preference. But the most important thing for me is that due process should be followed.
Thank you.
Irrespective of how we want to arrive at the next president of Nigeria.
Thank
due
you.
process, rule of law is very important. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jideojo. We may be reaching you tomorrow again, possibly, or some other time in the nearest future. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Moving on, speculations are rife now that Senator Abdullahi Adamu, that's the former Nasarawa State Governor, may emerge as the new national chairman of the APC. This according to speculations. All the contestants to the position have all decided to step down for the former governor of Nasarawa State. That's as a consensus candidate. That's what we hear. Now, the other contested positions are with people who are likely to step down before voting would commence. Meanwhile, more guests continue to arrive at the Eagle Square venue of the convention. According to some members interviewed, they say it's the right call and it will strengthen the party's chances going into the 2023 general elections. I hope we do have our correspondent now, political correspondent Emmanuel Ehijene, joining us from the Eagle Square in Abuja. Are you there now, Emmanuel?
Yes, yes.
Finally, we have you. Thank you. So what's the outlook there? You are, I want to believe you're still on the ground at the venue. Are you there now?
Yes, I am.
So what do you have to tell us? What's the outlook like over there?
Well, the whole atmosphere is just like a jamboree. I don't think there are any, in fact, generally, the suspicion out there is that most of the party members are agreed to endorse one candidate.
They are aggrieved, you say? They are aggrieved?
And everything is pointing to one person. The Senator Abdullahi Adamu. And that is what everybody is talking about right now. And one of the reasons why the whole process took this long was because they were still consulting with other contestants, other aspirants. And that is why it took so much time before they convened. But I know that what most party members are saying is that Abdullahi Adamu will be endorsed today as the party chairman. We don't know what happens next, but for now, that is the name that is on the list of everybody.
Okay, now we saw when the president arrived at about 8:23 p.m. The vice president had been there before he came. The Speaker House of Representatives had been there. We saw the Senate President and other people seated there, other dignitaries, other party top shots seated there. Now, what's going on at that moment? Has the President said a word yet?
The normal funfair. People are just waiting for people to come out to declare that they're no more interested in the process. That is protecting for the chairmanship. You know, that is the post that is most important for everybody right now. Who becomes the next national chairman of the Progressive Congress?
Thank you, Manuel. We may have to reach you tomorrow again for more information. Thank you. Now, moving on, ahead of the 2023 general elections in Benue State, the PDP has adopted House of Representatives member for Makedi Goma, that's Honorable Zondo Benjamin Bem, as consensus candidate. PlusTV learned that the party leadership of Makodi Goma Federal Constituency took the decision at a closed-door meeting in Makodi. Speaking with journalists after a wild jubilation, Zondo expressed gratitude to the leadership and members of the party for giving him the opportunity to again test his acceptance.
Yeah, people have shown that there are lapses here and there. For being a first timer, giving me a second chance to correct those little issues that we had. But I'm overwhelmed. Another call to duty. And I know sending me back to Abuja is that they're expecting more from me. And I'll do my best not to.
Now we move to Delta State, and the Commissioner for Information, Honorable Charles Aniagwa, has said that Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa didn't endorse any person that's contesting for a political position in the forthcoming general election across the 3 senatorial districts. The commissioner made this known to newsmen in Asaba, Delta State capital. Aniagwa noted that the governor is a leader to all Deltans, and anybody who wants to contest for any position has a right to do so, and the person should know that the PDP is one big family.
Delta State Independent Power Plant at Oareki. So at today's session, we approve the principle of a lease to own, not outright sale as we advised before now. So what we have done now is lease to own, so that the lessee will not have to operate it, fix it, bring it to a state where it will work, and then begin to pay some amount of money to the state government for a period of time. The construction of Ododo Road from Kubo Junction, that is in Ugili North, was also approved. It's a road that is going to be phased because of its length, but what was approved is about 2.5 kilometers that will be able to take it to one of the major town communities in that particular place.
Sorry for that mix-up there. Pensioners in southwest Nigeria have vowed not to vote any governor owing pensions and gratuities in the coming 2023 general elections. Olusegun Abaton, the PRO of Nigeria Union of Pensioners Southwest Zone, stated this while briefing newsmen shortly after a meeting of the pensioners in Abeokuta, Ogun State. He called on Southwest state governments to, as a matter of urgency, hold consultations with pensioners and do the needful.
What is progressive and democratic in a government that is owing pensioners humongous amount of money, running into billions of naira? What is progressive and democratic in a government that does not give our children jobs, employment? What is progressive and democratic in a government that does not give us the better things of life, like electricity, good roads, even petrol, and the rest of that? And as such, the meeting has decided that pensioners in the Southwest should not vote governors and governments that are owing them their.
A non-governmental organization promoting democracy, governance and development in Africa, Yaga Africa, has described the federal government as trader money inducement. A board member of the organization, Ezenwa Nwago, who spoke with journalists in Ekiti State ahead of the governorship election in June, expressed worry that most cases of voter inducement cannot be prosecuted in the lower court due to lack of legal provisions to cater for such.
This individual observer have integrity. Our call in Ekiti is to raise a movement of journalists, observers, of people who will report these elections with integrity. If you want to talk about politicians, they say, no, don't talk about us, talk about INEC. If you bring INEC to the room, INEC will say, no, we are not the problem. Politicians are the problem. So it's an unending buck passing situation. You choose to be a person of integrity. If an observer chooses to be a person of integrity, or as an institution, if your core value is integrity, transparency, honesty, accountability, you don't need to hide it.
The National Information Technology Development Agency has said that the University Transparency and Accountability Solution proposed by ASU has failed to fully pass certain testing and quality assurance requirements. The agency said this in a statement issued on Saturday in response to media reports on its role in the assessment of UTAS. In the statement, NITDA affirmed its mandate, which involves creating a framework for evaluation and regulation of information technology practices in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the police DIG in charge of research and planning Southwest, Babatunde Kokumo, has warned officers and men of the Ekiti State Police Command to shun every act capable of embarking on industrial action, saying such is mutinous. Kokumo assured the information that the recent increment in their salaries will soon be paid. The DIG explained that a delay in the payment of the increment in the salary was as a result of processes and computations of the new salaries.
I will continue to sanitize, especially to those who are yet to imbibe the culture of professionalism that we should, as a matter of must, have a very healthy respect for the rights of the citizens.
When you go back to Abuja, help me tell the IG that Zone 17 has said he should sleep and sleep well. Don't ever remind us that there is a rumor going around of police strike or what. We don't have that in our dictionary.
The Northeast Development Commission, NEDC, has said it has become pertinent to gather stakeholders within Northeast. This is in order to discuss the way forward and to correct the damage done by Boko Haram in the region. The Managing Director, Mohammed Alkali, disclosed this in Yola during the consultative and engagement meeting on its developmental 10-year plan for the Northeast. He explained that the NEDC is doing everything possible to rebuild all the places touched by terrorists. Professor Boboy Omar represented the Managing Director, and he said the master plan will identify the needs of the region and spell out strategies, immediate and long-term interventions for the recovery, stabilization, renewal, and sustainable development of the region.
The essence of having these diverse stakeholders under one roof here today, therefore, is to harness their individual and collective inputs to enrich the process and align with the NEDC's policy of inclusiveness and bottom-up approach. The 10-year plan consists of 10 pillars, which will encompass the relevant aspects of policies and programs of the state and those of other partners.
We, as a government in Adamawa State, will continue to appreciate the federal government for giving us the NEDC. We will just appreciate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, for having the courage and providing the necessary political will to ensure that the NEDC takes off.
It is exciting and commendable to note that NEDC in its intervention programs have built classrooms in all communities of the 21 local government areas of the state, 500 mass housing units, burn centers, and COVID-19 laboratory at the Federal Medical Center, Yola, and also fully equipped molecular laboratory at the State Specialist Hospital.
In summary, it would have been good if the Development Commission will emphasize improving the well-being of the people. Well-being means improving whatever activity the people are involved in so that it can give them more benefits, improving the health of the people, improving the food and nutrition, improving the well-being, and more than anything, creating opportunity to have access to education.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Alkali Baba, has reiterated the commitment of the Nigeria Police Force to maintaining a sustained fight against illegal bunkering, pipeline vandalism, economic saboteurs, and other criminal elements in the country. This came on the heels of the achievements recorded by the IGP, a Special Task Force on Petroleum Bunkering, while parading some suspects and exhibits in Port Harcourt, Rivers State Capital.
Represented by the Acting First Public Relations Officer, CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, Inspector General of Police, the IG revealed that 42 suspects were arrested, while 41 trucks of illegal petroleum products were impounded. Adejobi, giving details of the success made by the Special Task Force, said 21 of the suspects have been charged to court, with 17 still under investigation, while 4 convictions have been secured in courts.
We have impounded about 900,000 liters of product tested, not suspected to be adulterated again. Tested to be adulterated, AGO, automotive gas oil, and about 30,000 liters of products tested to be crude oil within Rivers State from February to March 2022. And they are all here for you to see today. 13 suspects have been arrested in connection with the legal dealing of petroleum products by the Special Task Force within Rivers State alone. 2 container body trucks, disguised to be loaded with foodstuff, were also impounded by the Special Task Force after a thorough stop and search by our men attached to this task force.
The IG explained that the successes were achieved in Rivers and part of the stakeholders in the bunkers and purveyors of adulterated petroleum products within the country.
In line with the vision and mission of the Inspector General of Police, we believe so much in technology-driven policing, and believe so much in robust community partnership, that we want to urge hoodlums and other criminals and those who are having mind to join criminals, to continue to trouble Nigerians, to please stay clear.
The Inspector General of Police commended the efforts of the Commander, IGP Special Task Force on Petroleum, Illegal Bunkering and his team for their diligence, even as he called for frequent operational patrols in a bid to curb the incessant activities of illegal bunker traders and economic saboteurs.
Still ahead. 1 month on, Kyiv residents sheltering subway stations. Details when we return. Please stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet.
wise choice.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Let's now get to other parts of Africa. Zimbabwe's new opposition party, the Citizens Coalition for Change, faces its first test at the polls with a series of votes across the country. By-elections are being held in 28 parliamentary constituencies, that's about a tenth of the total, as well as contests for local council seats. The party, led by Nelson Chamisa, has complained that some of its rallies have been violently disrupted by supporters of the ruling party, ZANU-PF. It has also pointed to irregularities in voters' rolls. The votes are being seen as a rehearsal for a general election in Zimbabwe next year.
Zimbabweans cast ballots on Saturday in parliamentary and local council by-elections, seen as a measure of what is to come in next year's general elections. The polls have generated so much interest that President Emerson Mnangagwa has led various campaign rallies to shore up support for ruling ZANU-PF candidates. Campaigning was often violent. At least one person was killed at an opposition party rally. I came to vote because we want change. Things are hard in this country. There is no money and jobs, and our children are not going to school. We want a better life. Jobs for our children, because now they spend their time drinking heavily and doing drugs, and this kind of behavior must not be allowed in Zimbabwe. Opposition leader Nelson Chamisa, who is seen as the most formidable challenger to Mnangagwa, formed a new party, the Citizens Coalition for Change, 3 months before the elections.
And we want to make sure that we correct the national mistake of the recalling of citizen representatives in parliament, in council, which was done illegally, criminally by ZANU-PF and their sidekicks.
Voters are filling 28 parliamentary seats which fell vacant after some 20 opposition lawmakers were recalled. Others became available after incumbents passed away.
From Zimbabwe, we pay a visit to South Africa, and the man accused of setting fire to the country's parliament was back in Cape Town, the court there on Friday. Zandile Mafe faces charges of housebreaking, theft and arson after a January 2nd blaze destroyed the parliamentary complex in Cape Town. Prosecution lawyers told court in Angola has sentenced Carlos Tosão Vincent to 9 years in prison for stealing $900 million. That's some 682 million pounds. The private Novo Journal has reported. The charges included embezzlement, tax fraud, and money laundering. His defense team intends to appeal the ruling. His son-in-law to Angola's first president, Agostinho Neto, was given the monopoly of ensuring the country's lucrative state-controlled oil industry during the presidency of José Eduardo dos Santos. Now, West African leaders on Friday said they would uphold the regional sanctions imposed on Mali in January. That was after its military leaders said they would stay in power for 4 more years instead of holding an election in February. ECOWAS made a decision during a summit in Ghana's capital, Accra. They also discussed the situations in other coup-affected member states, including Burkina Faso and Guinea. Kenya's food vendors are feeling the bite of the soaring flour and gas prices as the conflict between the world's two big grain and energy exporters enters the 5th week. The prices of flour and liquefied gas, the two imported essentials for Kenya's food vendors, have been skyrocketing over the past month.
Previously, we were buying the packet 140. For now, it is 180. The salad, we used to buy around 180 per liter, but for now, 300 shillings, it's really tough for us. I have 2 of them. This one, for now, I can say is 2,000. 2,000, can I manage that? I cook with the charcoal. I am the one whom they are depending on. Previously, I was getting around 1,000 shillings. For now, I do half of that.
Some of the staples we have in Kenya are wheat. Wheat is used to make bread, is to make chapati, is to make all these things. 80% of wheat in Kenya is imported from many countries.
Hundreds of Londoners rallied in solidarity with Ukraine on Saturday following a call from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to show support around the world. Protesters carrying Ukraine's national flag and homemade placards marched from Park Lane to Trafalgar Square. One protester, who did not wish to be named, said Ukraine is not part of Russia, but part of the European family. On Thursday, Zelensky called on people around the world to take to the streets and demand the war end.
Mr. Putin, get out of Ukraine. You have nothing to do with Ukraine. Ukraine does not belong in Russia. Get out of Ukraine. Ukraine is European. We are a
Malala Yousafzai told the Doha Forum on Saturday that the Taliban should not get diplomatic recognition if they do not recognize the human rights of women and girls. She told the International Forum in Qatar that she had been optimistic that the Taliban would allow girls return to education, but the group backtracked on their previous commitment to open high schools to girls on Wednesday. Yousafzai said girls in Afghanistan had been waiting outside their schools, but the gates were closed and they were crying.
We were hopeful, we were optimistic. We were like, why don't we give people a chance? If they have made a commitment that schools would reopen on the 23rd of March, sure, right? Let's just wait for the day. It will happen. And like girls wore their school uniforms. They were waiting outside their schools, but the gates were closed and they were crying. So initially we had planned to bring some of the Taliban officials to the stage, and we were hoping that the conversations would be very different. But as soon as we heard that girls can't go to school, I don't think that we should be in a position to give them the opportunity.
The current economic sanctions, the malnutrition, that is heresy religiously.
It should be a non-negotiable condition for any diplomatic recognition of the Taliban. I believe in peace talks, I believe in dialogue, but I also feel that at the same time, that they should not be recognized if they do not recognize the human rights of women and girls. As a religious scholar mentioned, that there is no verse that says girls can't go to school, but there are verses in Quran and there are verses in Hadith that tell us that seeking education is a responsibility, it is your duty. So I would just say one thing to the Taliban: talabul ilmi farizatun ala kulli Muslim. Seeking education is a duty of every Muslim.
Up next, Warren Buffett, now Apple stock's 5th world's richest billionaire. That's in business news after the short break. Please stay with us.
You're
Welcome to the business news. I am Adebanke Odunui. As Apple stock rose, Warren Buffett's net worth soared to $130 billion, making him the fifth richest person in the world. To date, Buffett's net worth has grown by $20.8 billion. Approximately 66.2 million troy ounces of gold or 1.08 billion barrels of crude oil are available to Warren Buffett's net worth of $130 billion. Buffett is chairman and largest shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway, which has grown its market value by 20% every year since 1965. The Central Bank of Nigeria has increased funds to stimulate wheat growing due to a global increase in wheat prices and the need to redirect cash from imported goods, as the Apex Bank announced a funding increase of about 42 billion naira to speed up wheat cultivation in 132,799 hectares across 15 states in the country. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, announced this during the start of the 2021-2022 Brown Revolution Field Day Harvest in Gabarin Village, Jigawa's Ringim local government area. Emefiele, who was represented with state and federal organizations. Egypt has devalued its currency, the Egyptian pound, from 15.7 to $1 to 18.2 to $1, representing a whopping 13.7% devaluation rate. In context, a 13.7% devaluation of the naira from the official 460 naira to $1 will mean the naira weakened to about 480 naira, or from 580 naira to about 670 naira to $1. The country's economic prospects have diminished considerably since the war between Russia and Ukraine began over a month ago. The Nigerian Railway Corporation (NRC) has revealed that the rehabilitation of a 200-kilometer Minna-Baro railway track will cost the federal government more than 80 billion naira, and that the completion of the project will afford people the opportunity to ply the Lagos-Abuja-Kano route with ease. The managing director of NRC, Fidet Okihira, made this known during a meeting with officials of the construction firm Chinese Civil Engineering and Construction Corporation CCECC in Minna. Okiria said that the railway line would cut across the 7 stations of Egba, Kacha, Baro, Lafiagi, Minna, Kateregi, and Badegi in Niger State. And that is the business news. I am Adebanke Odunwi. The news continues.
Up next is entertainment news.
Kim Kardashian has revealed that she plans to run a successful law firm in the future. She made this known in the April edition of Vogue magazine. I dream of one day creating a successful law firm. I had to be really diligent about studying and dedicated every spare minute I had to it, she said. Actor John Okafor, aka Mr. Ibu, has said he is currently in the hospital after being poisoned for the 3rd time in about 3 years. In an interview from his hospital bed, Ibu said, "I just got poisoned again. It seems my enemies are using me to rehearse their powers. This time, I wasn't poisoned in the village. I was poisoned in Abuja last week at an entertainment event. I really cannot explain how I was poisoned because it was a gathering of people, though it was not a big event." The actor maintained that he was getting better. Mr. Ibu also bashed those soliciting for funds on his behalf without his consent. Megan Thee Stallion is officially getting her first documentary series set to be co-produced by Rock Nation and Time Studio. The multi-part series will follow the rapper's rise to stardom, early life, and career. The docu-series will be directed by American filmmaker Nneka Onwuora, who has worked on projects with President Obama, and singer Lizzo for her Watch Out for the Big Girls. She is known for her 2015 debut feature, The Same Difference.
And the main news again. APC convention is still underway at the Eagle Square in Abuja. We told you how the explosion in Kaduna claimed 2 people. And there have been fresh rocket strikes in Lviv and latest Russia attacks. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Tolu Ojewumi. Thanks for watching and do have a good night.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Okay, so earlier in the month, it was the International Women's Day, celebrated by the female gender and men who understand and appreciate the value and potential of the woman. Well, rounding off the Women's Month is the celebration of yet another one, Mother's Day.
And that should be this Sunday?
Yes, this Sunday.
This Sunday is the final one. And so to all mothers out there who have weathered the storm of life, stood firm, and stood to nurture sons and daughters, raised the bar, even in a male-dominated society, and supported spouses to be the best that they were created to be, we wish us a successful celebration. And happy Mother's Day.
Helen, I don't trust you. Now, you're talking about, women now being at power, yes?
So much we have done. John.
And you still say that it's a male-dominated environment? It's not so much male-dominated.
Against all odds.
I think now,
against all odds.
You see, Helen, I think women are now dominating. They've had the whole of March.
Okay.
Women's Day, Mother's Day, Girls' Day.
Only 1 month out of 9, out of 12 months.
We don't know what they're coming up with in April.
Only 1 month, 30 days out of 12 months.
Anyway, that was well articulated, Helen.
Thank you.
And well, it's our hope and prayer that the world becomes kinder to the woman, kicking violence out of our homes and families. And of course, anger is one thing that has robbed the family and society of its sweetness and flavor.
Yes, indeed, John, and anger continues to be that one thing. And we're talking about anger this morning on the program, and not just anger, but its management, because we must manage it to kick it out. So it's very important that we have decided to put up this topic for discussion. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on the show. It's Today with John and Helen.
Yes, anger is that strong. Yeah, and actually it's a strong, is it a feeling or an emotion? It's a strong feeling of annoyance, displeasure, hostility, irritation, and more. It's a
moral behavior.
It's a moral, yeah, it's a moral behavior, and it's an emotion, you know, we all feel. Maybe it's normal and healthy and allows us to know when all is good or right in the world. So anger can be good and bad. Yeah. So you may ask, why are we talking about this? Stick around and you'll find out more. I am John Senaya. Welcome to the program.
Okay, so now that we have done some, you know, introduction of what today seems to look like majorly, let's take our very first break, and when we come back, more on the program. Welcome once again. It's Today with John and Helen. Okay, so if you just join in, you are right on time. This is Today with John and Helen, and it's your wholesome family show on Plus TV Africa. And by the way, always, I'm Helen Ongma Odele. Well, Pharaoh Shonuga is our host on the lifestyle segment. She's on the show later today. So also is Ima Atta and Dolly. They are all standing by to bring their game, you know, to the show at the appropriate time. But before we hit the road dissecting for your pleasure this morning, anger and anger management, let's take a very quick look at some happenings or some things that we may have observed going back and forth in town within the week, John.
Going back and forth?
Yeah.
Or the lack of it?
Going through our various businesses. You know?
You can't go back and forth on Eco Bridge.
The fire in Akpogbo. And Akpogbo is so central to the lives of everybody in Lagos.
It's not just that we have a fire or had a fire in Akpogbo. It's the fact that we could even allow, you know, commercial houses, stores and all of that to be located at that place.
That would be a Herculean task for this government.
No, but there's been
to effect a change. Yes, I know that there is. Yeah,
they've pronounced that all such
giving 7 days notice or 12 days
will
notice
be pulled down. But
well, let's see
how on earth in
did
the first
it come about?
place? You know, I don't know, especially in Lagos.
But the truth of the matter is, John, there is no part, well, very few areas in Lagos now that is either solely residential or entirely commercialized. Everything now is into and town planning and all of that comes to question.
Well, that's what jumps to my mind readily, of course. And then the recent news about the loss, you know, of our dear professor of mathematics education, Professor Grace Alele Williams. That's another Amazon gone. Well, I think she's done. She put in a lot.
She did.
She really did a lot for us in this country.
She pulled a lot of the women, you know, from where we were for a long time. Never thinking that a woman could rise up to that. She was number one.
And we will all dearly miss her. So our condolences to everyone.
And something else I'd like to bring the attention of a lot of Lagosians. It's yesterday I was at a party. Going was bad. The length and breadth of Third Mainland was like no movement for up to like 4 or 5 hours. There was a car that was burning midway. So that could be explained. But coming back, 6, 7-ish, 8, 10, another 4 hours. And it's Lagos, so you can explain it. Traffic, not expected. Anything can happen. But the absence of not one single security person. And the third mainland didn't have it wasn't so beautifully lit. And then you still, at that point in time, had the boys who were selling chips, who were selling water, selling all kinds of things. And to me, they were not really just selling. And the absence of security operatives, I had my mouth.
It's mind-boggling.
I had my mouth in my way.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling because I actually expected that the traffic situation will become chaotic after the Akpombo incident.
So that
because a lot of people now it means that our traffic
that was the only
flow
gateway.
is impeded, compromised. So a lot of pressure has now moved to Third Mainland. But let's see how the traffic agency would cope with it.
So if Akpombo is still shut down and Third Mainland will be the only route, please, let's have security presence, please.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay. So, Helen, moving straight on. It's time to welcome to the studio, yet again, a very dependable and reliable friend of the house, Excel Adeleye Samuel, a professional counselor and a chartered mediator. He is founder, Walmart Behavioral Science and Mental Care College, and co-founder, Walmart Counseling and Coaching Company.
I guess it's also the initiator of We Do You Well Foundation. I'd like to know how well this foundation does for us. Excel Adeleye Samuel is already seated with us. And once again, thank you for always making time. I always looking so cool.
Thank you. That's a big compliment.
Always looking so cool.
I'm trying to rest.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for
it's
coming.
It's nice meeting you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So, my good friend Excel, let me sit down well because today's topic is about anger management.
Okay.
And I think I need an eyeball to eyeball on this. Now, you see, it doesn't take much to get me angry. I didn't know about you. So could you tell me, what are you someone who gets angry easily and why?
I think depending on situation, when you say that, what comes to mind is we have to ask questions about personality. It's more likely that a reserved person may not show some level of anger.
A reserved person.
A reserved person. Okay?
Okay.
And the outgoing person will react easily. And that's why you found that at home, is that daddy is hot, mommy is cold, and depending. And they just attract to balance. And this happened unconsciously.
Yeah.
Lots of people just marry themselves.
Yeah.
And you found that a house where everybody reacts instantly, then the marriage or relationship does not last easily. You know, so personality has a lot to do in that regard. When I mean personality, it depends on is this person by nature like that, or the environment also has contributed to that. For example, a child who grew up in Mushin may be more likely, even is reserved, to react when there's crisis instead of him to be in control of his emotions, because you respond to adversity. That's what they are trained. But somebody is trained to calm down and look at the adversity and strategically now respond to the adversity.
I hope the people in Mushin won't take you up on that.
No, at all. They understand, you know. They understand. So personality has a lot to do with that. What you are exposed to, how you are educated, has a lot to do with how you respond to issues. Yes.
Okay, so we all get angry.
Yes.
Every human being, flesh and
Exactly.
blood,
Yes,
gets
get
angry at some point.
Yes.
So it is, while some people just, okay,
Yeah,
others
you're able to
let go.
manage it.
Okay, they let out. So right now, a lot of people in this environment, like yesterday, I experienced a lot of outbursts of frustration, of
And
anger.
you are still angry.
For different. I'm not angry anymore. I have no choice. All right, so a lot of people are angry around us at the moment. Now, what are the usual triggers for different people, you know? And is it justifiable, if I can ask that question, really?
You see, I think the first thing we need to bring to be is we need to look at anger, not necessarily from the negative side of it. And I think that's what we get wrong first. Okay. Anger, there's a course I called How to Make Your Anger Sweet.
How to make your anger sweet.
So suddenly in your environment there's so much poverty. I mean, I heard a song by Timi Dakolo says, I believe in Nigeria. And somebody may be doubting Nigeria, but somebody who believes in Nigeria may be looking at the opportunity of how to make it hard. Is angry with seeing people throw bean on the floor, and this guy suddenly beginning to tell himself, how do I solve this problem? He creates a company or he creates initiative around it, and that is him turning his anger around. Okay? So there are a lot of things, like a question you asked, that things triggered. Transportation in Lagos is something else itself. You know, traffic. I mean, the other day I was in the evening. I mean, a lot of people go through a lot on Tomiland Bridge, and I happened to, pass through Tomiland Bridge around 7 evening.
It's such a long stretch, by the way.
I mean, I begin to wonder what people go through in that. So,
yesterday was exceptionally bad. Yesterday I was tempted to offer people rides.
Who were stranded,
but I didn't feel safe.
No, you couldn't.
I didn't feel safe.
That's it.
And I felt sorry that I couldn't do anything. People were looking for transportation.
Yes,
Loads of them on the
lots
road.
of them. So imagine somebody now hitting your car from behind. At that point, the frustration of the situation you are makes you react instantly. All of that.
Yes.
I mean, the
That's
workplace.
a quick trigger.
That's a quick trigger. The workplace, people are not raising the salary of staff, but suddenly the rice and beans and transportation has gone up.
So that one is sitting there.
It's sitting right there,
waiting to be ignited.
And somebody is asking you, we'll have to do your assessment for the month. What's your performance assessment? And he said, performance what? When I'm thinking of other way. So a lot of things around us trigger communication between children, expectation, unspoken expectation, and even spoken expectations. Triggers a lot of things in that regards of people showing some level of anger, especially in the world we are right now, where there's a lot of, like you said, you are scared of picking someone. You have an idea of what that can happen. And suddenly you make an effort. As you make an effort to pick the person, it just slams your door suddenly, bam. And you're looking, why should I do that again?
Okay, so now anger is a given, right? It's how you know,
how you manage it.
How you manage it that matters. So how really do you manage it? Are there any routines?
Yes, the law of routine first. You need to first do a personal assessment on yourself. Do you get angry easily?
Will you be objective?
Yes. I mean, being objective is also relative to individuals. For example, if everybody tells you one thing and you disagree with everyone, sometimes you need to check yourself. Could it be you're the only right person among everybody?
The one who is
you
toxic.
could also, exactly. You could just go online to do an easy assessment test, which is free
of
online,
your mental state.
of your mental state, or to check your anger manager, for example. Is just right there, and all that. And when you could tell yourself the truth that I have some level of uncontrolled emotions, then you need to check it. Why is this so? There's a root, and that's what I tell people when I try to train people doing coaches and counseling. I say there's a root to the anger problem of a client. There's a root cause. The anger is an expression of something deeper.
Yeah.
For example,
not the obvious.
Not what you see. There's a root cause. So, for example, a child who didn't grow up with the father may have a less or high expectation from men. Suddenly, she's married.
Yeah.
And this outspoken need. Then the man does not understand that she's really looking for a father and to provide what she didn't have as a child.
Yeah.
But he then now relates with this lady just as husband and wife. Then the lady can't even speak I want. Boom, there's an explosion in that home.
Yeah.
So we need to know then what higher professional do is to now check why is she reacting, why is she having the expectation, why is she saying the husband does not show emotion, why is she saying that the husband can't guide, why is she saying that she can't trust the man, for example. And this is what she's reacting to at home. The same way a man will just come home and he said, I want to make love with my wife. Boom, the guy after 2 minutes has slept off. And the lady is showing some level of anger. She's saying that I don't feel love accepted, and his sexual need is not being fulfilled as a person. So there is a deeper reason why people react.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have established from the beginning that anger is not a bad, it's not a negative emotion or feeling.
It's not always a
It's not always, okay, okay. But what anger manifests in the physical a lot of the time is evil, is bad. You talked about somebody getting angry about a deficiency in the environment, and that anger triggers you to begin to think outside of the box and bring some solution. A lot of the case is not like that. Anger isn't a lot of the time channeled towards positive results. Rather, we hear a mother pours hot water on the daughter for just a wife just does this to the husband for just
negative things make the news faster.
You see, you just establish something.
Because there's a phase. You know, if you're angry, then there's rage, then there's it's.
You see, you just established something very deep. Loads of people don't sit to strategize how to get things done. And what you practice over time becomes a lifestyle. For example,
it becomes a
just a normal thing. For example, listening is not a given. Listening is a practice that becomes a lifestyle.
Yeah.
I'll give an example. If you sit among 8 people and just have a discussion, you found out there's a consistency of interruption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, to now be a listener, it must be a deliberate attempt. So, lots of people have not groomed themselves to deliberately manage situations before they react, or to think about it before they react. Okay, at all. And that's why you see the spontaneous reactions and all of that. Of course, there's something that expects you to, for example, somebody walking now, slap my wife. I may not necessarily want to think about that and to respond.
But you should.
We have to know.
But you should think about that.
Because at that point, what matters is now protection.
Okay.
So somebody a thief coming into your house, and there's a gun right beside you.
Okay.
You don't think, should I carry the gun or not? You first think, how do you protect
your family?
There's a word we call it in psychology. You first think about that. How do you protect your family at the point and all that? Okay. But when we are talking deeper now, we are talking about when there's situation, what do you do, when you can be in control and all of that.
Yes.
A lot of times we need some level of reflection before reacting. A lot of reflection before reacting. And over time, I have seen this as work for me. A few days ago, when the property guy told me, he said, you can't use that property. He said it very casually, very derogative language.
Okay.
And my listening to him, he was not aware that I was angry with that statement. When I left, my colleague were talking. I said, do you see that statement that guy made? I was actually pissed off. But I'll come to him later to address that matter. Then a guy called me again. I said, have you met this guy? I said, I've met him. And he said this particular word to me. Now I said, do you know what? I think both of you need to sit down and talk.
And all of that, so that anger moving.
Yeah.
We need to
people who are in our...
In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Hello everyone, I'm Dolly Phillips, and with me is Stephen
and Elvis, and we're going to take you through a simple aerobic workout. Now, Stephen is going to do the easier version, and Elvis and I will do the intermediate version. So as we get into it, we're going to start with a quick dynamic stretch. Let's breathe in and out, and in, and out. Give me 2 more. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. 1 more, and out. Shoulder rolls back. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bring it forward. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Circle arms back. Let's go. 1, 2. Move your feet slightly, side to side. Big smile on your face. Come on, forward. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Now we're going to open up the chest. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're going to push up to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Now bring your knees up. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is to wake up those abs. Come on. Let's do 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Touch your ankles behind. Come on, guys. Let's get it up a bit. Come on. 7. Yes. 6, 5. Touch those ankles. 4, 3, 2. Now bring it to a march. We're going to do a grapevine. We're going to move to the left and move to the right. Stephen is going to go this way, just nice and easy, and tap. But Elvis and I, we're going to add a hop, yes? Let's go! Come on! 1, 2, 3, punch out. Punch out. 3, 4, 5. Active recovery, we're marching. Now we're going to step forward. We're going to step this way and back. Guys, are you ready? Other leg, let's go. Hey! Nice and slow. Stephen is going to stay here, nice and easy. Double up, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Other side, let's go. Slow. Hey, come on, you've got this. Right leg working now. 4 more. 4, 3, 2. Get ready to double up. Come on, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give me 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Now we're going to go into some hip openers. 1, 2, 3, and you open up the hips. March 1, 2, 3, and open up the hips. Are we ready? Have we got it? Are we good? 5, 6, 7. Come on, bring it up. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Hey. There we go. Very nice. 4 more. 4, 3, 2. Now bring it from outside in. Hey. There we go. 2, 3. Nice. 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 knees. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 knees. 1, 2, 3. 4 knees again. 1, 2, 3. 4 knees. 1. Stephen is going to stay here. We are going to add a jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. We're going to do some boxing now. Have you got this? Jab, cross. Jab and cross. Have you got it? Come on, guys. Are we good? Let's go. Double. Come on. 1. Give me some power. There we go. Forward. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 8 and 7. Very good. 6, 5. Very good. 4, 3. Remember, you don't need to go so low. And 1. Let's add a kick now. Squat. Kick. Come on. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Match it out. Now, we're going to go double time. Are you ready? Double time, let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 8 more. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good job. Match it out. Match it out. We're going to do our windmill now. Hands up. We're going to raise those legs and touch our toes. If you can't, follow Stephen. He's just touching his knees. Nice and slow. 1, up, 2. Remember, we're going to double up. Save your energy. Touch your knees. Follow Stephen. If you can't touch your toes, follow Elvis and I, if you can. Double time. Let's go. 8, and 7, and 6, and 5, and 4. Very good. 3, 2, and 1. Catch your breath. We're going to do this one again. We're going to do this one again. Are you guys ready? Are we feeling it? Are we getting warm? Nice one. 5, 6. Nice and slow first. Let's go right leg. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Very good. 5, 6, 7. Double time. Come on, let's go. 8. Energy. 6. You've got this. 5. Don't give up. 4. Very good. 3, 2, and 1.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on PlusTvAfrica.
We've looked at different areas of the International Women's Day theme, breaking the bias. Now let's imagine a world where we have achieved our objective. We've broken many biases. Women's voices are now being actively heard. There is now gender parity, i.e., every organization has at least 40% women across all levels. Picture this world. Yes, it's a beautiful, more inclusive, fairer world for both women and men. This world is now the gold standard. Now, add emotions into the mix. Then ask yourself, do we have a good dose of emotional intelligence? Why does this even matter, you wonder? Let's find out. But first, let me introduce my guest, Nkem Ofonabo. Nkem is an integrative life coach and behavioral change therapist, a certified NLP life design and mastery, emotional freedom technique, and matrix reprinting practitioner. That is a mouthful, I know. She's the founder of the Work-Life Organization Global Limited, a professional coaching and human capital transformation consultancy. She's also the author of the best-selling book, The Harmonized Life, a personal leadership and organizational transformation book written for busy professionals and entrepreneurs who want to take charge of their personal and professional realities to achieve optimum performance, productivity, and profitability, as well as organizations that want to build a great place to work. In May 2020, she was recognized as one of the top 50 leading ladies in corporate Nigeria by Leading Ladies Africa, and served as a mentor for their career advancement and mentorship program. And today, she's our emotional intelligence coach. So she's going to be answering that question I asked earlier. Welcome, Nkem.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
Pleasure is mine also.
So, to my first question, what is emotional intelligence?
Awesome, thank you for that question, and I love that you were able to link it to what we're talking about, gender parity and the likes. Okay, so to answer your question, emotional intelligence, which is also known as EQ,
okay,
right, is the ability of one being able to perceive, interpret, and I would say control one's emotion.
Perceive, interpret, control your emotions.
As well as other people's emotions.
As well as other people's emotions.
Of course. Yes, because we are social beings, right?
Okay.
And you can't do away with interaction. And when you interact, it's a coming together of thoughts, it's a coming together of attitudes, a coming together of feelings, behavior that produces action. So you will definitely have to interact with people's emotion. And if you're able to perceive their own emotion, evaluate it, do you understand? And be
how
able
do you
to
evaluate somebody else's emotion?
So if you are emotionally intelligent, then you should be able to evaluate.
How do I become emotionally intelligent?
That's another good question, right? And sometimes people think it's inborn, it's innate, but emotional intelligence can actually be learned.
Okay.
Right? So, and it starts from self-awareness. I'm glad we talked about it at the beginning of our conversation. It starts with self-awareness, being able to identify your own emotions.
Okay.
Right? Identify it, name it, what it is. So naming it, for example, maybe you are stressed and you are able to perceive that, oh, I'm stressed, I'm overwhelmed, and I'm acting this way. So you can identify how you feel at every point in time, whether it's joy, whether it's stress, whether it's bitterness, do you understand? And be able to control it, be able to pause and not do what you feel it's the right thing at that point in time.
Okay.
Right? So you being able to control your emotions starts with you being self-aware.
Starts with you being self-aware. What are the triggers though?
So many things could actually trigger your emotions.
Okay.
So it could be anything, right? And emotions are all not always negative. They are positive and negative emotion.
Very true, actually.
Yes, they are positive and negative emotion. So joy is an emotion.
Yes, it is.
Happiness is an emotion.
Yes, it is.
Exactly. So likewise, pain.
Yes.
When you are in pain, it's also an emotion. So it depends. And a lot of times, it finds its root in our value system or belief system. So if, for example, I value integrity, and then I have an interaction with you and you display something negative or directly opposite to that trait or that value, I'm going to feel somehow towards you like there's no alignment, right? So do you understand? So it stems from our value system, our belief system. So when you trigger that value system, it kind of elicits some form of emotion. So it's either an emotion of endearment towards you or a flight away from you.
I see. So how do we then, if we take it back to my intro where we're picturing a gender balanced world where we have gender parity, yes, I worry that we don't look at the whole spectrum holistically, because it's one thing to get into the organizations and have more women in the organizations, which is what we should have. But more women.
Or balance. Yes.
50-50 if we can achieve that.
Exactly.
But SDG says 40-60, so. But let's try and achieve 50-50. We've got that now. But a lot of the times you hear men saying women are too emotional. Women work based on their emotions. How does emotional intelligence come into this?
Okay, it's interesting to know that from research, it's been said that women are more emotionally intelligent than men.
Wow.
Exactly. So, but when you look at it deeply, right, you find out that even though men and women differ in their emotional intelligence, or maybe they are equal, right? But when you look at it deeply, you find out that there's some form of differences in terms of I will call it emotional competencies.
Okay.
Right? So, yes, they say women are too emotional, right? Because we tend to express our emotions more.
Okay.
But then, so me going back to the competencies now, you find out that men are more assertive. Men are more, men are more aggressive.
Right? Apologies to men. We don't mean that in a negative sense.
We don't mean that in a negative sense, right? Men are more decisive, okay? Then on the other hand, women tend to be more empathic. Women are more to be socially responsible. Women are more tend to be nurturing.
Okay.
Right? Okay. But then because of how we've been able to, so going by your question about leadership and the likes, it's now, the problem now is what we term leadership, how we see leadership.
Okay.
So you find out that in the workplace, the characteristics that define leadership for us comes from maybe traits like assertiveness, traits like confidence, traits like, I don't like using that word, but aggressiveness. Do you understand?
Okay.
And you find out it is men that possess those traits more than women. So women are more nurturing, women are more empathic and the likes.
But let me interrupt you. Women are also known to be, can also be known to be aggressive as well. Women can be known to be more confrontational. So in the workplace where you're trying to ensure that we have a seat at the table, you can find situations where some of the men don't want to deal with the women because they feel that they're too
emotional.
Yes, they're too emotional, they're too aggressive, they're too in your face, they're too confrontational.
So that's where like I said, women are more emotional, right? They tend to express their emotions more, right? But when you look at most of the emotions that they express, there's some form of aggressiveness there. But you find out that women are more nurturing. Think about while we are growing up. Think about why we are growing up. Women are tend to, or they are being socialized to be more nurturing, even from the way our parents treat us. They will when you see a guy crying, you're like, why are you crying like a woman?
But that's a bad thing, though. That's a bias that needs to be broken.
That's the bias that needs to be broken. And it's the same bias that is affecting women, that kind of places men in a more advantaged position than women.
How so?
Okay, so that's why I went back to what we term leadership. So in the workplace, we look at leadership as or a leadership position as someone who is more assertive, more decisive, who doesn't show a lot of emotions, and that kind of we prefer men for those positions. So that's why women get disadvantaged in such positions, right?
Okay.
They don't tend to put them in leadership position because they say they don't know how to manage
their emotions.
You know. But men can conceal their emotion most of the time. They can actually conceal their emotion. As long as a decision needs to be taken, they can conceal their emotion, take a decision. But women will tend to more express their emotions, and that could even,
But
so it's not a good thing. So that's the bias we need to break. That's the bias we need to break.
How do we then do that, and how does emotional intelligence help us do that?
So we need to change our definition of leadership, really.
I see.
We need to change our definition of leadership, because leadership is not just about being decisive. It's not just being confident. We are in an era of human interaction, authenticity, genuine human interaction. And if we really want to have genuine human interaction, you can't do away with empathy.
I see.
You can't do away with empathy. you really can't do away with it.
I see.
So this is time for us to rethink or redefine leadership, what we call leadership.
I see.
And that is where women has to come in.
I see. So in the gender equity conversation, one of the arguments for gender parity is that empathy is an essential part of being a good leader.
A true leader, absolutely.
I see.
Nurturing relationships.
But isn't there something called over-nurturing?
Over-nurturing?
I don't know. Or being over-empathetic or...
So that's where the balance comes. That's why the balance has to be there. Okay. So bringing all the male traits and bringing the female trait, put them together. And that's where you find the balance. That's where you find the equity, both in leadership or in gender. That's where you find the equity.
So that is where fairness,
justice
takes precedence.
Authenticity, yes.
I see. Okay, so there's something called emotional quotient.
Yeah, of course.
What is it? And how is it different from emotional intelligence?
Okay, the simple way to answer that question is, I'm sure you've heard about IQ.
Yes.
So the same way IQ measures your level of intelligence, that's the same way EQ measures your level of emotional intelligence. So EQ is a measure of EI.
Right. Emotional quotient, EQ, is a measure of emotional intelligence.
So you can't say you are emotionally intelligent if you just read it about or know what emotional intelligence is, but if you haven't lived it, if you haven't practiced it, if you haven't even been in a situation that tests your emotional intelligence and see how you react.
I see.
So you can't say you are emotionally intelligent until you begin to practice it, until you begin to live it. So it's just beyond knowing what it is, really.
I see. So we're in an organization that has circa 500 employees. We have 45% women, 55% men, from junior level to director. Would you say that all employees, both men and women, should in reality take an emotional quotient test to determine their ability to lead effectively?
I would strongly recommend that, because it's so yeah.
Than IQ.
Yes, so let's
the
use
mathematical
EQ
parts
and IQ. Yes. Because EQ is quite broad, and because it's a workplace and we are bound to interact, collaborate with teams, with individuals, there's a need for you to understand your emotions and understand other people's emotion, interact, build healthy relationship that will, because when we even talk about team, it's not just one or two people that work together. It's one or two people that trust themselves.
I see.
It's one of two people that, I think the key word there is actually trust. Trust themselves, trust our emotions, trust our decisions, trust our behavior, and that we are all working together to a common goal. So for you to be able to trust people, you need to have a healthy relationship with them, and you can't take away EQ, emotional intelligence. It's just what helps you relate, interact better with people. And it also helps you to advance your career, because people say, oh, technical skills are important, but you can't take away relational skills.
I see.
You can't take away relational skills. Relational skills help you get promoted, because it's someone that will speak for you when it matters. So that's why it's important that at every point in time, I will highly recommend that every employee goes through that assessment, test your emotional intelligence, especially if you are a people leader. Especially if you are a people leader.
At what point does one start learning emotional intelligence as a human being?
Oh, okay. So I would say at any time, really, even as kids are growing up, because our emotional state, our physical state, growth and development starts from, of course, the baby stage and all of that, okay? So as parents, if you are emotionally intelligent, it's also important that at that stage, you groom your children. You let them know what it is. You let them know how to first of all, be self-aware and how to self-regulate.
How to be self-aware and self-regulate.
Exactly.
How do you self-regulate?
So that's when we talk about emotional intelligence. So first of all, the awareness has to be there. Oh, this is my makeup, this is my strength, these are my weaknesses, these are how I react to situation, different situation. Then the regulation now has to do with self-management. So if I know that this is how I react at a particular state, and I know that it's not a positive reaction. So for example, when you are overwhelmed and you tend to react negatively, or maybe have an outburst, of course you know that it's a negative reaction. So what can you do at that point when you are overwhelmed, instead of maybe throwing a tantrum or just shouting on another person? What can you do? Can you step away from that situation to calm down or refrain from responding or shouting? I'll give you an example. This is a practical example of what happened to me in the place of work. So I don't want to go down to the little details, right? But at that point, I was faced with lashing out to say, why are you saying this to me? And it has to, thank God we're even talking about gender parity. So I asked for a position, right? And the person I was having that conversation made a comment and said, I don't want to work with a woman. So thank God we are talking about so I don't want to work with a woman, right? So even when I didn't react, I didn't say anything, I was able to control myself. My normal reaction would have been to lash out and said, why would you say that? You know, don't you think it's discriminatory and all of that? I went ahead to have a conversation with a senior colleague, and still nothing was done about it, okay? With every other thing that was happening, the best decision I took that time was to step away. I took some time off work.
Okay.
And with that, I was able to reappraise everything. Why will you take a decision not based on my competence, but on my gender, which is already a bias, right? So I started thinking about it. Am I in a place where my competencies, the value that I bring, it's not being appreciated, you know? So what can I do about it? So that time away gave me opportunity to self-appraise myself and just think about the big picture. Some other person would have reacted. There would have been a clash in the office, and people would gather to settle it. So it's about self-regulation. How can you regulate your emotion?
So, okay, I get that. And that is actually a very important piece of information. And for me, I think it is hugely important in this conversation of gender parity, because I'm not sure we're looking at it holistically enough. So if you were going to give I don't know, if you were at a conference and you were going to give a keynote speech, on gender parity, what are the 3 things you would be advocating for as it relates to emotional intelligence in terms of sustaining gender parity? Is one thing to get a seat at the table, is one thing to keep that seat at the table. So what are the 3 things you'd be advocating for?
So I think the most important thing for us, you and I, we cannot even, while we are seated here, talk about or be able to resolve this issue of gender parity, gender equality. But I think that irrespective of our gender makeup and all of that, I think one of the greatest thing is for every individual to be authentic.
Okay.
To be authentic, because authenticity will take you beyond work, to home, to the society, to even you being authentic to yourself. So whether you are a man or a woman, you have to be able to, in any situation you find yourself, be just, be fair, and be reasonable.
Be just, be fair, be reasonable.
Be reasonable.
To self or to others?
To self and to others.
Be just, be fair, be reasonable. So are they your three things that you're advocating?
So I'm still under authenticity.
Authenticity.
I'm still under authenticity.
Be just, be fair, be reasonable.
Exactly. Okay. So be yourself, right? And let that yourself be just, like I said, be fair and be reasonable.
Okay.
So that authenticity is very key, is very important. And then if we are talking about gender parity, I think the solution will be each person being able to master our emotional intelligence, like we talked about. And how can you really master emotional intelligence if you are not self-aware? Self-awareness is very, very critical. Know thyself.
Know thyself.
Know thyself.
Know thyself.
Your thoughts, your feelings, your behavior, your action. So when you are self-aware, you know how you react, you know your triggers, you know how you react to situations. And when you are self-aware, then we move to self-management. Okay. So whether you're a leader, wherever you find yourself, whether you're a man or a woman, so the first thing is that self-awareness is very important. Then be able to manage yourself. So how do you react when things happen? Can you control yourself? Can you control your emotion? The only picture that comes to my mind is the recent happening between the ex-governor's wife and all of that. So none of that should have happened. I know people are praising one and, but none of that should have happened. Be able to regulate yourself, manage yourself. Don't get yourself ruffled up.
Wow. So just to recap, the first thing is be your authentic self. And in doing that, be just, fair, and reasonable. The second thing is be self-aware. And that's your emotional intelligence. And then be able to self-manage yourself. So those three things.
There are so many things. There are so many, but
yeah. But those are three very good
because
starting points.
It starts with self. Really.
It starts with self. Wow. And as always, we have come to the end.
Really?
Yes, we have. But you've said a lot of things that will hopefully help us as women not just get a seat at the table, but maintain that seat at the table and excel once we have that seat at the table.
Absolutely.
And it's the same thing for men as well. It's not one or the other.
It's not one or the other.
Both men and women need to go through the same exercise, and it's been hugely, hugely useful for me. I can't wait to start practicing my emotional intelligence.
Maybe you can do an assessment first.
Yes, I definitely will.
And find the areas that you need to
start regulating.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's been awesome. And this takes us to the end of my International Women's Month. I don't know. I call it a series because I've looked at different topics. I really do hope that we've learned something and we've taken a few nuggets away that can help us on this journey to gender parity. So thank you so much for staying with me. John, Helen will be up after the break to round up the show. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on PlusTvAfrica, where the big stories live. Here I break down for you the fun-packed entertainment that made it to tea time this week. So please stay tuned and stick with your girl Elile. You don't want to miss this, trust me. First off, still on Coral BD, she spoke about her marriage in a video as she broke down in tears. Annie Dibia has reacted to young, famous and African feature. Funke Akindele JJ's skills were called out over AMVCA miscrediting allegations. Enjoy.
The thing is that you don't know what if people choose to show you what they want you to believe, or people choose to show you what they want you to think. Secondly, I feel like no one has the right to tell her not to be on social media. Whether she's strong or she's weak, if she chooses to do